fireman's blind, the police are lame. A black padded jacket and a framed up dame, cracking out the tail light. Cops are looking for fame. Clap hands, clap hands, clap hands. Said hide, hide, don't you open the door. Son of a bitch is never coming back here no more. Good light in the bar and a Jeep on the street. We can always find a scapegoat here to take all the heat. Clap hands, scream, scream, 100 bad dreams. Everybody's butt dialing in their bed and jeans. A missing shoe and a cop's misplaced hat, and nobody's sure where Mr. Never Cracker at. Said hide, hide, don't you open the door. Son of a bitch is never coming back here no more. Bud Light in the bar and a Jeep on the street. We can always find a scapegoat here to take all the heat. Clap hands, clap hands, clap hands. Scream, scream, 100 bad dreams. Everybody's butt dialing in their bed and jeans. A missing shoe and a cop's misplaced hat, and nobody's sure where Mr. Never Cracker at.
Hey, good morning, good afternoon, good evening, good night, everybody, and all the good, whatever time it is, wherever you are. Hey, how is everybody doing? Wow, it's on. It is on today. We are in the middle of the cross-examination of Trooper Proctor. Even the dogs are hyperventilating here already. It is going to be on. It's going to be lit today. And I was not joking yesterday when I said yesterday is the worst testimony I have ever heard in my entire 2 years plus doing this on YouTube. It was horrific. It was horrendous, and as expected, demonetized. Thank you very much, Trooper Proctor, for all those text messages that reading got my video demonetized. But hey, cool. You guys were very, very generous, very, very helpful, and you made it. You more than made up for it because you guys rock. Wow. Sorry for being late. Okay, you're watching on replay. We got 200 people here right now, but if you happen to be one of the people watching on the replay crew, we're just kicking it here until the court starts. I'm bringing up the court feed here in a bit. Court should be starting something in the next 5 to 10 minutes. They start pretty promptly here. So let's see. All right. I have the stream up now. Wow. Imagine my surprise. I was a few minutes late just for absolutely no good reason whatsoever. I was laying in bed, just chilling because I'm still a little bit jet lagged from my 2 weeks in the States. So I for the past couple of days, I've been sleeping for an hour or two before the show. I'm pretty much over the jet lag, but I was still a little bit tired. So I laid down and I had the weirdest dream. I just had a really, really weird dream. And I woke up, I was laying in bed thinking, that was a weird dream. I got about 15 minutes before showtime. So I can rest here for another 5-10 minutes, then get up and then start the show. And as I was sitting there thinking I had 15 minutes left, I went, oh, I'm starting 15 minutes early. So I jumped out of bed. I literally got out of bed right at start time. So it took me a little bit here. Legal Vices was dreaming about me. No. Really quickly, the dream was I was with a group of friends. I don't know who they were. We went to a karaoke bar, and there was somebody. They weren't a bad singer, but they were singing. This wasn't one of my friends. It was one of the people in the karaoke bar. They weren't a bad singer. They were just singing a very, very bad arrangement of Joan Jett's "I Love Rock and Roll," and as they finished the song, I was just going to turn and comment to whoever happened to be behind me at the bar what a really, really bad arrangement of Joan Jett's I Love Rock and Roll that was. And as I turned around, Joan Jett was standing right behind me. So I did a little, a little fangirly thing. And then I convinced her to sing the song properly. She did. And then we started making out. And then I woke up. So there we are. Hey, it's an Aussie Overlord raid. Thank you very, very much. Welcome. Good to see you, Hayden, and Hayden crew as always. All right, let's bring it. Let's bring up the court feed so that we don't miss anything. I told you it was a weird dream. I need help. I need professional help. I swear. I have no idea where that dream came from. I know, right, Flux? Jeff's Vegas trip bleeding into reality. Oh. All right. So I'm awake, as weird as it is. But all right, people, as always, we have our bingo card. All right, we need to do in small in this. In small. There we go. As always, we have our bingo card ready. Click on the link there at the top of the chat. It's pinned up there at the chat. It says generate your bingo card. Click on it, generate the bingo card, and let's play along at home because trial bingo is best bingo. This is the Karen Reed murder trial bingo card. We didn't do so well. I think we had like 1 or 2 bingos was all we had last night. Because there's not a lot of bingo-y stuff Trooper Proctor's talking about. It's just awful. It's just really, really bad. But we got it there. We got as I said, we have earlier, we got more now. 286 people here watching us do this right now. We got 121 likes. That's really, really good, but it's still way less than half of you. So while we're doing this, now's the time to get down there and hit the like button. Just get it out of your system right now. You're here, you're watching, you obviously like it. So, you like the subject, you like my dream story, whatever. You're sitting here and you like the story. So please hit the like button and please subscribe too. Do me that honor. Do me the honor of subscribing. To cost you nothing. Oops, I knocked my earphones out. There we go. It costs you nothing, makes me happy. So it's kind of a win-win for both people because you get the warm fuzzies knowing that you made somebody feel good. And if you are subscribed, please double check to make sure you're still subscribed because we're fighting YouTube and their random unsubscribing of people apparently. But we almost evened the score yesterday. We got a lot of new subscriptions. That was really super great. So continue. Let's keep going. We need to get to, what are we up to? Almost 78,000. We're almost up to 78,000. So that would be, I wish 78,000. Oh gosh. People, how are we doing? All right. What's everybody thinking so far? Once the trial starts, we'll put up a new poll. But how are we feeling? Are we feeling today is going to be better, or is today going to be worse than yesterday? My vote is, we had him calling Karen Reed the R word repeatedly, dropped a C-bomb or two, talking about her incontinence several times. I think it's going to be worse today. I don't think that Jackson, the defense lawyer, brought out the big guns at the beginning of his cross-examination. I think it's going to get worse today, unfortunately. Right now we are at 76,860 subscribers. We're going to push our way up to 77,000 here in 140 subscribers. That would be so cool if there's 140 of you here today that pushes me up to 77,000. That would just tickle me pink. All of us are thinking this can't get worse. Meanwhile, Proctor over there with his shovel, right? I guess it's all downhill. I guess it's downhill all the way with Proctor. Oh, it gets worse. Yeah, you're all in the same boat here. Better or worse for who? Us, the listener. It's going to get better for Karen. It's gonna get worse for us. But again, the one thing that I want to note again that was brought up yesterday is there is a victim here. I think there's 2 victims. I think Karen Reed is obviously a victim on trial. Obviously, I say obviously to me, a victim on trial. But there is the actual victim, John O'Keefe, and we talked about how there is a very, very narrow window of facts and circumstances that bring justice to him. The only way justice for John O'Keefe is going to be served in this trial is if Karen Reed actually did smash into his face with her Jeep and leave him for dead intentionally on the snow. They have to prove she intentionally killed him. And as I said, not only does she have to have done this, but the prosecutor has to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she did it. That is the only scenario where John O'Keefe gets justice. If she did it, and because of the prosecutor's case, the way he's presented his case, and if because of Trooper Proctor and his slimy, disgusting state of being, if because of that, if she did it and because of them, they lose this trial, and she walks away, even though she did it, there's no justice for John O'Keefe. Alternatively, if she didn't do it and they don't prove it, if she did it and they don't prove beyond, and the prosecution doesn't prove beyond a reasonable doubt she did it, then she walks, an innocent person as she is. In that case, there's no justice for John O'Keefe because the person who did this to him did not get brought to justice. And then in another alternative, if she didn't do it, and if they somehow convince the jury that she did do it, there's no justice for John O'Keefe because the right person isn't being punished for what happened to him. So there is very, 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 a very, very, very narrow window of facts and circumstances that lead to justice for John O'Keefe in this. So keep that in mind. And then again, with Trooper Proctor, keep in mind, he is the lead detective. He is the guy who has his fingerprints all over this thing. He's the guy who led the investigation, who collected the evidence, who got the affidavits, who interviewed people. He is the guy in charge. And this is the guy who's looking for nudes on her phone. This is the who's telling his boss and his boss's boss that they're looking for nudes on her phone, and he hasn't found any and is disappointed. And the bosses are doing nothing. This is the guy that's talking about her balloon not leaking poo. This is about her talking about her shitting herself. This is calling her the C word, calling her the R word. This is the guy who's in charge of, and this was all within hours, if not days, after the incident. He's saying these disgusting, horrible things. And he's the person that's in charge of following the evidence and being impartial and just seeing where the evidence leads. I don't think so. All I know is I don't ever want to be pulled over by a police officer in Canton, Massachusetts. I'm sad for the O'Keefes too. There's been no fire and brimstone for John, no tears, except for one witness for a quick moment. And maybe the other one who was sad that she didn't get to eat the loaf of bread that they had in the back of the car. All right, let's look through the super chats here and see what's going on. Let's clear these away and sort of give us a fresh palette before we start, because we are now 5 minutes into the day. Make sure I haven't pushed pause on the video. That's a good thing. Brian Alleman kicked us off 7 minutes before, well, I guess right about the time the show started. Brian Alleman kicks us off with, I want Jackson to get Proctor to awkwardly tell the jury what balloon knot means. I don't. I never, ever, ever want to hear that phrase ever, ever again. But thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Stingy, who's been a member for 19 months. Old school Stinge. How you doing, brother? Burning my free chat, enjoying watching Ozzy, watching you. Back to Ozzy. Have a great stream. Well, now Ozzy's over here. So you watched Ozzy watching me, then you were watching Ozzy. Now we're here and Ozzy's people are here. So whatever. Thank you very much, Stinge. Hey, Joe, what's up? What's up? Hey, Joe, let's go. We need emotional support potatoes ASAP. The emotional support potato pig dogs are here resting on the floor. They had a good time outside. I took them outside for a walk. They both walked about, I don't know, 10 feet, and then they laid down in the cool grass for 15 minutes. Then we came back in. King Bob with $2. Say hi, Hayden. Hi, Hayden. Thank you very much for that. And J-Cal. Any chance for a quick rundown of the case? Yeah, they've accused her of smashing into her boyfriend in the middle of the night and leaving him for dead in the snow. They haven't proven a single damn thing. And then you have this witness that we just talked about. That's about as quick as a rundown as I can give you. It'll all fit together eventually. Thank you so much for the $2 JCal. This is a really hard thing to summarize because there hasn't been anything really to summarize other than incompetence, corruption, and other bad things. Been there, done that with the $2. Legal Vices, say hello to Hayden Stream Snipe. Hello, Hayden Stream Snipe. Nice to see you all here, Hayden Stream Snipe. And Adara the Wholesome with her, just throwing her $2 in. Opinion on Legal Eagles content, I'm curious. My parents always said that if you have nothing nice to say about somebody, don't say anything. I would just say he provides his content for free, and the legal advice you get for free is worth every penny. That's all I'm going to say. What does this mean? Asks Emily G for the $5. What does this mean for open or past investigations that Proctor's been involved in? Funny you should ask. I haven't been able to confirm anything, but there are already rumors out there that lawyers for people who have been investigated by Trooper Proctor in the past have already started filing paperwork to have their cases reviewed. And rightfully damn so. How do you trust that guy with any investigation he has ever done? I don't think you can. And if I was a lawyer that had a client who had been convicted in a case that was investigated by Trooper Proctor, hell yes, I would be demanding that case be reviewed. Absolutely. And he's involved in the Anna Walsh case. I don't know. That sounds familiar. The Anna Walsh case. Anna Walsh. That sounds familiar. Disappearance of Anna Walsh. Jennifer Anna Walsh, a Serbian-American real estate executive, was reported missing by her employer and separately by her husband, Brian Walsh. Gosh, that sounds really familiar. Her husband's accused of killing her. Of course, it's always the husband. Especially if you're a Trooper Proctor. It's always the husband or boyfriend. He means Alan Walsh. Well, I mean, it's Anna Walsh, and her husband was what, Brian Walsh? Did I just say? Yeah, Brian Walsh is her husband. Allegedly. Come on, Angela Halo. Allegedly. Aussie Overlord says, Brian Walsh, fuck off, that's my stream. Well, with that kind of attitude, we're going to war. Today, the ends are going to war. Right, and I don't know who it is, so there you go. Oh, here we go. We got some audio from the court. I agree the number of drinks is sus, but she still would have done well with any alcohol. Would not have done well with any alcohol. Well, she did have a very high BAC, blood alcohol content at 9 o'clock in the morning, but she could have had some drinks at 4 o'clock in the morning. We just don't know. And it doesn't really matter. Drinking doesn't mean murdering your boyfriend in the snow. Well, we had a brief spout of court audio there. I guess it'll come back in a moment. But all right, for those of you that are just joining us, we're waiting for the trial to start, for the hearing today to start. We got 300. Wow, oh geez, I just jumped from 300 to 435. We got 435 concurrent viewers and 236 likes. I'm going to keep grifting for this a little bit more than normal because we are coming close to 77,000 subscribers. We're 140 away from 77,000 subscribers. So if you haven't subscribed, please do me the honor. Please do me the pleasure and the privilege of having your subscription. And if you are, just double check to make sure you're still subscribed. That would be awesome. Thank you very much. Let's get us up to 77,000. And for those of you that are playing at home, we have our bingo card, our trial bingo card. Click the link at the top of chat. It's pinned up there at the top of chat. Click on it, generate your bingo card, click that free space, and let's get our bingo on. And as always, after we get $100 in super chats or gifted memberships or whatnot, or purchased memberships, we unlock the emotional support potato pig dog English bulldog cam. And at 200, we do a, I'm gonna stop calling it a punishment shot. We'll do a semi-victory shot of really bad, not really bad, just not very good Korean whiskey. It's called Giwon. It's the very first all Korean whiskey, coming from Korean raised barley, distilled in Korea, bottled in Korea, aged in Korea, bottled in Korea. It ain't very good yet. Give it a few more years, and their product might be better. Well, it will be. It can't be worse. We'll do a shot of that, and then, as we found out last night, if we get to the $300 marks somehow, for some reason, we do a straight double shot of absinthe with no ice, no sugar, no water, nothing. We just do that just for giggles. We still never decided what had to happen at 400 yet. Probably be something different. But anyway, those are the reward levels. No pressure, no hype. We don't really grift. We just enjoy it when it happens. Andy Bev is always like, she's been pretty close. Andy Bev has been pretty good with her time. I think this is the latest that she's actually ever started. It's usually 5-10 minutes at most, I think. Soju's not that bad. I don't know, but and just because I thought it was awesome when I was in the States, I was walking through Walmart, just buying some snacks and things to bring back to people here in Korea, to bring them some old U.S. snacks. I found my red miniature solo cup. We have the, come on there, camera. Yeah, we've got the miniature solo cup shot glass, the red solo cup evidence collection device, the evidence collection container shot glasses, which I thought were just way too cool not to get. So that's what we've got. Oh my God. People. Sebastian Muller. Sebastian Muller has just gifted 20 Legal Vices memberships. Straight up, boss. Thank you so much, Sebastian Muller. Caught off guard for a number of reasons. One, that's just a straight up $100 value super chat, which is either the 20 or more gifted memberships, or just a straight up $100 super chat. Gets us a congratulatory cheers. Thank you so much, Sebastian Muller, for your support. Again, thank you.
You are unmuted.
I am unmuted. And it also does the thing that we like to call release the hounds. We shall release the hounds here as soon as I get the camera set up. I certainly wasn't expecting it to happen this quick. Let's see.
Hey. All persons have any business before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Norfolk Superior Court, in and County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your
Judge
attendance,
Kenobi,
shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now open. You may be seated.
All right, Judge Van.
22117, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed.
Hey, good morning, Council. Good morning, Ms. Reed. Good
There's
morning,
Yoda.
jurors. Few things. First of all, let me ask you those 3 questions, please. Were you all able to follow the instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone suspected? Everyone said yes and no.
Did you all wash the taste of Proctor out of your mouth?
Any independent research or investigation? Everyone said yes and no affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left here the other day? Everyone said no. So by now you know one of your jurors is no longer able to participate in this case. You may know why, but it's my job to tell you that it's personal to that juror. It has nothing to do whatsoever with this case, and you're not to consider that.
And there's one instruction I need to give you. You'll remember that when digital evidence or text messages
I didn't hear what
were
she said.
introduced earlier, I gave you an instruction. I'm required to give you this instruction again. Before you consider any electronic communication in your deliberations, you must first find that it's more likely true than not that the person who authored or sent or transmitted the message was in fact the person identified as doing so. If you do not find that it's digital evidence,
Let's go back and hear. I didn't hear what she said.
It's personal to that juror. It's my job to tell you that it's personal to that juror. It has nothing to do.
Okay, they lost a juror that for a reason
so
that
it's
has
an
nothing to do with
instruction
the
I'm
case.
required to give you. I should have given it to you on Monday.
All right.
All right. With that, can we bring the witness in, please?
And she does not. If you missed this yesterday, you got to go back and watch yesterday, my stream from yesterday after this is over. But Judge Bev, who is clearly not a fan of the defense, she doesn't like Yannetti at all. She likes Jackson just about as little as she likes Yannetti. She does not like Trooper Proctor. She doesn't even call him by name. Just bring the witness in. She was terse, very sharp with him yesterday.
Good morning, Trooper. All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, as a matter of housekeeping, I would move to admit the packet of text messages with date stamps inclusive of 02680, 02685 that was referred to on Monday.
Is there an objection to the written one coming in?
Same objection, Your Honor.
Why don't I see you at sidebar on this?
All right, we are off to the races, everybody. On your bingo card, mark off Judge calls for sidebar. Judge calls for sidebar, mark that off. That's our first marking of the day, other than the free space. Where is my judge call? Judge calls for sidebar. There we go. All right, we started off straight with a judge calling for sidebar. To be fair, even Lally sounded disgusted. Even he sounded disgusted at Lally. You mean Proctor? I don't know. But yeah, look. We had some bad text messages yesterday. I'm assuming we're going to have worse text messages today. The ones they've been going over were the text messages that the prosecution introduced. And the prosecution had to introduce some bad texts to get ahead of it. To say, all right, we've already made him look like a bad guy, but that didn't affect his investigation at all. He said, yeah, even though I called her the C word, even though I talked about her balloon not leaking poo every time, even though I said that, she's hot if you like a woman who shits herself, if you keep dropping the R word repeatedly, even though all of that happened within hours and days of the incident, it was still a very, very fair and impartial investigation and in no way tainted their investigation of her, calling her crazy, and none of that had any bearing on their investigation, and it was a fair and impartial investigation. The prosecution had to get ahead of that by putting these bad texts in, because you want to say your client is a dumb shit before the other side says your client's a dumb shit. You want to say your guy is a bad guy before the other side tells the jury your client is a bad guy. But I mean, while that does help that way, you take the initial bite, you take the initial sting out of it by getting ahead of it. You also, unfortunately, create a situation for your witness where you have called him a dummy, and you have thrown a lot of these bad things they've said or done in their face and in front of the jury. But you also give the other side an opportunity to make them repeat it again and again and again and again and again, which is exactly what Jackson is doing here on cross-examination. It's a bad day for everybody because of Proctor. And I really do wonder if the O'Keefe family has changed their opinions at all listening to this, or if they still are firmly convinced that she intentionally smashed her boyfriend in the face with a car, knocked him into a snowbank, and intentionally left him there to freeze to death.
Unmuted.
Or if they're thinking this might be a setup. I wonder if they've changed their opinion at all. I'm curious.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
One more matter of housekeeping. I have another set of
One more set of.
iOS messages that are inclusive of pages 2527 through.
This is exactly what I was just talking about.
2545.
He wants to introduce
I'd like to have these marked
text
as,
messages. Text
for
messages that the
identification as next in order.
prosecution didn't.
All right. If you have any others, let's have them all marked for identification at the
Yep.
same time.
He's bringing in additional text messages, which means there are text messages that are even worse than the ones the prosecution brought in.
Your Honor, may I stand at
Day
counsel
21,
table
22.
to
Yeah, sure.
deal with this?
And Adara the Wholesome with her $2. Thank you so much for the additional
Let's try and do it quickly. It's just for Mr. Jackson, let's try and do it quickly. It's just for identification.
I give it
Yes,
5 minutes
yes, these are
before
all
there's
just
an
for
angry side.
identification.
Yep.
I'll give the court the inclusive base stamps number, base stamp number. Next packet would be 2680,
Come on, Mr. Jackson. How dare you talk over the super chat?
2685.
Adara the Wholesome, I give it 5 minutes before there's an angry sidebar.
Sorry, that was the first one.
Right.
Mark's easy.
5 minutes after they
Second
actually
one is
start cross-examination,
25,
probably right.
2527 through 2545. The next set would be a single page 2625.
Swamp Bear X, Legal Vices, my friend Bob used to love soju. He got hooked on it when he was stationed in South Korea. I wish I had some to toast his memory on his birthday.
2679.
Is it his birthday today, Swamp Bear X?
The next is just two
Or is
pages.
you just like when his
2623,
birthday arrives, you wish you
2624.
had some? Is it his birthday today?
The next packet would be 2518 and 2526. Following that, 2618
Henry Thomas grown up. I can kind of see it.
and 2620. Then packet 2628.
No, it's in January.
2634, and finally,
Well, if you go to like a liquor store or somewhere, they might
packet
have a few bottles.
inclusive of 2583.
If the liquor store in Utah has soju, you can probably find it in your neighborhood.
to 2617.
All right, Madam Court Reporter, if you'd be so kind, please.
Yeah, I'll move the captions up here in just a bit. But thank you for mentioning that. I normally have the captions at the top anyway. I would have noticed it when trial started, when they actually started with the hearing,
May I approach?
Yes.
but I'll do it. Oh, sorry, we're live. Don't pause it. All right, mark up judge size. Judge Mike sigh. Mark that off on your bingo card. We didn't even get into testimony, and she's already sighing into the microphone. So we've got Judge calls for sidebar and Judge Mike sigh. Those are your two active bingo. We've got 3 bingo squares, counting the free one, already locked in, and we haven't started with testimony today. Bevmo has soju. Well, I bet Judge Bevmo probably has soju too. Judge Bevmo probably has it. Emily G, Dog Cam, and Dog Cam. What do you mean? We've got Dog Cam. Oh, Dog Cam. Everybody keeps talking. I'm like, we've got Dog Cam. You're looking. You mean Dog Cam on the bingo card? I keep forgetting we have Dog Cam on bingo card. Yes, on your bingo. God, I'm so stupid sometimes. Mark off Dog Cam on your bingo card too. I'm like, why is everybody in chat keep saying Dog Cam? It's just right here. I know I have Dog Cam on. Bingo card sheesh. I know. I know that now. It'll take, like I said, I was literally laying in bed the moment my stream was supposed to start. So I just give me a few minutes. I've been awake not even 45 minutes. Just it'll take a while for the squirrels in the brain to start running the treadmill at the same pace.
Remember that it's EB through Triple H.
Thank you.
Triple H, Hunterhurst, Helmsley.
Thank you.
Suck it. I'm sorry. Went full
All
wrestler.
right, go right ahead,
All
Mr.
right.
Jackson.
Let's go.
Trooper Proctor, I'm going to ask you if you wouldn't mind to turn to tab 2 in the binder in front of you.
Oh dear. got a whole binder full of text.
Can you take a look at the face page of what's under tab 2 and tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, sir. It's a private text thread with high school friends.
And this includes 9 participants, 9 chat participants that you engaged with?
That's correct.
Those participants include people by the name of Bird, Whitey, and Doc, correct?
Bird,
Correct.
Whitey,
And then there's some other folks in there. They're identified by at least the last 4 digits of their phone number, correct?
Yes.
So this is a group text or a group chat with you and 8 of your high school friends about this investigation, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you never thought when you were engaged with these other 8 individuals that this particular set of chats would ever become public, did you?
No, I do not.
I want to take a look at page 2527. If you could turn, that's on the bottom right of the document in tab 2. Do you recognize, I'm sorry, do you have that page in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You recognize that this chat, this group chat was taking place on January 29th at about 10:52 p.m., correct?
Correct.
And
So it's about 16
the
hours after
person
the body
that
was
I'll
found.
identify as 5051, that's the last 4 digits of that phone number, indicates Chip, name of that BPD cop, correct?
Correct.
First of all, you indicated on Monday that you're Chip, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You responded at 10:53 p.m., John O'Keefe, is that right?
Yes, sir.
So you were willing to tell just a few hours into an investigation of the death of a Boston police officer, you were willing to tell a bunch of high school buddies details about the investigation, including the name of the victim, correct?
At this point, it's 16 hours later, sir. Not a few.
16 is a few hours, correct? I'm not talking about days later.
It was about 16 hours later, sir.
Yeah, that's a
Correct.
few
And
hours
you identified
relative.
John O'Keefe as the
Dipshit.
Boston police officer who is fallen in the yard at 34 Fairview, correct?
Correct.
You also informed, if you will skip to page 2529, you also informed these same folks, these same high school buddies that, quote, all the powers that be want answers ASAP, correct?
Yes.
You knew, Trooper Proctor, that there was brass that wanted this case wrapped up quickly and efficient. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Oh, well, is that what you were thinking?
No, the people wanted answers, sir.
They wanted it. They didn't just want answers. They wanted answers ASAP. What does ASAP mean?
That's as soon as possible.
Right. And you
Rush to judgment.
were texting this to your high school friends, again, 16 hours into this investigation, right?
Correct.
And you knew at that time, Trooper Proctor, that this was not going to implicate in any way, shape, form, or fashion another cop, correct?
Correct.
In this text exchange, let's turn to 2532, actually.
16 hours in, he already knew there was no way in hell, there was zero chance a police officer would be
You have that in front of you?
implicated, even though
I
the
do.
dead body was
In this
found
text
on a police
exchange at
officer's front
10:56
lawn.
p.m., your buddy Bird writes, I'm sure the owners of the house will receive some shit, correct?
Correct.
How did you take that to mean? Did you take that to mean that he could get in trouble?
Yeah, I'm not sure exactly what my friend was getting at.
Shut up.
Well, you had some idea.
Yeah,
That the owners of the house isn't going to get any shit for this, right?
that's how I interpreted it.
Yeah, you interpreted it like he's not going to get in any trouble. He's not going to be a suspect, correct?
Correct.
And he's not going to be implicated in any way. Is that right?
Correct.
And your answer was one word, correct?
Yes.
What was that word?
Nope.
And then you followed that up with an explanation as to why you said no, didn't you?
That wasn't the explanation why I said nope. I simply said homeowner's a Boston cop too, meaning Mr. O'Keefe was a Boston cop. The homeowner is a Boston cop as well.
The question that preceded your
11
answer, no,
seconds later.
the homeowner's a Boston cop too, was the homeowner's going to get some shit for this, correct?
That's not what I meant with that text.
That's what you wrote.
Not what I meant, sir.
All right, let's take it in order.
Yeah.
Question. Oh goodness, the homeowner's going to get some shit for this. Answer, nope. Next text. he's a Boston cop too. That doesn't sound like an explanation for your note?
No, that's just saying he's a Boston cop as well. Mr. O'Keefe is a
And that's
Boston
why
cop.
he's not going to get any shit, correct, Trooper Proctor?
Well, he's not going to receive any shit, sir, because Mr. Albert, the homeowner, had nothing to do with Mr. O'Keefe's death.
And you knew this
16 hours later.
16 hours into your investigation.
Yes.
Less than a day.
Yes.
To your satisfaction.
To my satisfaction
And
and
you
to the
hadn't
members
been
of my
to the
unit.
crime scene?
So let him finish. We didn't get finish your answer.
To my satisfaction and to all the members of my unit who investigated that day.
Objection. Calls for speculation.
So I'm going to let it stand. Trooper Proctor, you have to keep your voice up, okay? Jurors need to hear you way back.
Yeah, you have to
Yes,
shut
ma'am.
the hell up is what you
The
have.
fact of the matter is, you hadn't been to the crime scene by the time you wrote this text, correct?
Correct.
You hadn't been inside the home, correct?
No.
You had you had questioned a grand total of 3 percipient witnesses at this point, correct?
Yes.
And 2 of the 3 were named McCabe, right?
Correct.
And 1 of the 3 was named Albert, correct?
Yes.
And it's against that backdrop that you wrote, nope, the homeowner's not going to get any shit because he's a cop, right?
That's not what I meant by that.
Liar.
At 10:57, Bird goes on to write, he, the homeowner, must have been a puddle to accomplish that. And then he writes, who's the homeowner? Then he writes, I hope not, but I can see it. Correct?
Yes.
A puddle means drunk, correct?
That's a term for it, yes.
In other words, Bird wrote that the homeowner must have been so drunk, so wasted to have killed him. Correct?
Objection.
Do you know what that means? Do you know what that text means?
Just the puddle part, Your Honor. That term.
All right.
So he doesn't know what he
can
meant by
answer
his
that.
text. He doesn't know what the
And the
answer to
puddle
the
part means
text is.
drunk or wasted, right?
Yes.
And what Bird actually wrote was, he must have been a puddle to accomplish that. Correct?
That's what he wrote.
And then you write back, quote, she waffled him. I looked at his body at the hospital, right?
Correct.
You used the phrase waffled about a Boston police officer who had fallen in the snow and died in someone's yard.
Died in another police
And you
officer.
decided to use the word waffled him, correct?
Objection.
So sustained. Ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Did you answer, she waffled him, I looked at his body at the hospital?
I did answer that, yes.
And then Bird questioned, she waffled him, correct?
Just say yes.
Yes.
And then you responded, he was banged up. Is that right?
Yes.
Then a person with the phone number 0095 wrote, I thought he was drunk. Did he get beat up? You see that?
I do.
And you wrote, nope. Is that right?
Correct.
Yet again, this is before 11 o'clock at night on January 29th, 2022, some 16 hours into your investigation. Is that right?
Yes.
So before you ever went to the crime scene, before you ever went into the house, only having interviewed 3 folks, you had this case nice and wrapped up, didn't you?
Yes. Based on the evidence
Wait, so what
my
evidence?
office uncovered that day, the one shoot discovered at the scene, the one shoot at the hospital, Mr. O'Keefe's injuries, the broken taillight pieces underneath the snow.
Trooper Proctor, I didn't ask for information. I asked, did you, in your mind, have this case wrapped up? Was it cut and dry in your mind?
Yes.
Bird then writes, so the owner of the house was a woman. Sorry, was a woman cop that beat him? Question mark. Right?
Yes.
And then you wrote, that's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics. Is that right?
Yes.
And then you said, then I saw the guy. Correct?
Correct.
So what you meant by that, Trooper Proctor, was according to you, based on your conversations, your initial conversations with the paramedics, the first responders, you were under the impression that this was a beating death. He'd been beaten to death, correct?
The way it was given to me, sir, was
That's
went
yes
from
or no?
medical.
That's yes
No,
or no?
he's going to answer the question. If you want
Go
to
ahead.
withdraw the question, you can.
No, go ahead.
We entered this investigation with an open mind. It was given to me as a medical situation. And when we saw Mr. O'Keefe's body at the hospital with Sergeant Buchanan and I, we saw his injuries and we were kind of working through how these injuries occurred.
As a matter of fact, both you and Sergeant Buchanan believed that he had suffered the injuries as a result of a physical altercation based on information you received from the paramedics initially, correct?
Initially, we didn't know what we had. We knew there was some significant injuries to Mr. O'Keefe. It was still figuring out how those injuries occurred.
Well, you just testified. Initially, we didn't know what we had.
Right.
But 16 hours after the fact, you wrote the following sentence. That's what I initially thought after talking to Canton paramedics, correct?
Correct.
So initially, you did think you knew what you had, a physical altercation leading to a death, correct?
Correct.
So when you just said, initially we didn't know what we had, that wasn't quite true. You did at least have an idea of what you thought you had, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
All right. You were aware, initially, that John O'Keefe had suffered a 2-inch laceration to the back of his head, correct?
Yes.
That resulted in a skull fracture, correct?
Correct.
He had a laceration over his right eye, small laceration just under the eyebrow, correct?
Yes.
Had a laceration on his nose. Is that right?
Correct.
He had patterned scratches on his right arm, abrasions, scratches, correct?
Yes.
And he had no injuries below the neck.
Not that I observed, sir.
Not a single broken bone, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single fracture, correct?
Not that I was aware of.
Not a single bruise below the neck, right?
Not that I observed.
Looks a lot like a physical altercation, doesn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's speculation.
Bird writes, Bear, let's focus, correct?
Yes.
Who's Bear?
That's another nickname I have.
Bear. Welcome to June, buddy.
0095 writes,
Welcome to
what
Pride
does
Month,
she
Bear.
waffled him mean? And then Bird writes, what's the story, correct?
Correct.
And you wrote, she hit him with her car. Is that right?
Yes.
Have you ever seen, in your experience, have you ever seen a pedestrian who's hit by a 6,000-pound car with no bruises? Ever?
Gotcha, bitch.
The pedestrian strikes I've seen have been at high speeds,
And that's
60
enough
plus.
to push that out of the chute, right?
60 plus miles per hour. So I can't recall right now off the top of my head as far as injuries in the past pedestrian strikes I've attended.
Okay. So someone, you indicated on Monday, under examination by Mr. Lally, you've seen a shoe missing,
Correct.
pedestrian strikes, correct?
Yes.
Those are high speed, extremely high speed incidents, correct?
Yes.
60 plus miles an hour, right?
I can't recall all the pedestrian strikes I've been to as far as the miles per hour the vehicle is traveling.
Trooper Proctor, let me ask you the question again. Have you ever, yes or no, have you ever, in your experience, seen a vehicle pedestrian incident in which the pedestrian has no bruises?
Objection.
Have you seen that?
I can't recall.
Next question.
After you wrote, she hit him with her car, 5051 writes, oh, Jesus. And Bird writes, okay, that's fucked up, correct?
Correct.
And then you wrote what?
Intentional or not?
Intentional or not? Is that right?
Yes.
Your words.
Correct.
0095 then chimes in, gotcha. He was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him? Question mark. Correct?
Correct.
And you wrote what?
That's another animal we won't be able to prove.
That's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
Correct.
Trooper Proctor, you knew that there were going to be things in this case, even 16 hours into this, that you just admitted you would have zero proof of, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you mean by that statement that this was one of several things that you knew we would not be able to prove?
That statement, that's another animal we won't be able to prove, references the intentional or not part.
You didn't care at that point when you wrote that, you didn't care what you could or could not prove, did you?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Isn't that what you meant?
No.
You had a narrative that you had developed and you would pursue it no matter what the proof was. That's what you meant by that statement, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Did you mean by that, thank you, Your Honor, I didn't mean to step on your words. Did you mean by that statement that you were going to pursue this case no matter what the proof might be?
What I meant by that statement was if Miss Reed backed into Mr. O'Keefe intentionally or not.
Interestingly, though, that statement came on the heels of he was frozen in the driveway and she didn't see him. And you wrote in response to that question, that's another animal we won't be able to prove. Correct?
That's not what I was responding to. I was responding to the intentional or not part.
So you were responding to your own statement.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, yeah. Okay, whatever.
0095 then writes, what's the name of the Canton cop living in Canton? The other one involved. Correct?
Yes.
In other words, that person was asking, tell me the name of the homeowner. Isn't that right?
Yes.
The guy that's the cop, right?
Correct.
And you ignored that question for a second time. Is that right?
Yes.
As a matter of fact, not one time, not once in this entire group chat did you disclose the name Brian Albert, did you?
I don't believe so, no.
You were actively trying to hide Brian Albert's name, at least from this conversation.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what you were trying to do?
Absolutely not.
But you had no problem sharing John O'Keefe's name with your buddies from high school, right?
Correct.
And you had no problem sharing Karen Reed's name with your buddies from high school, correct?
I don't believe I named the defendant.
Not yet, you didn't. You're in the chat.
Not yet. Just wait. We'll get there.
Okay, correct.
5051 then writes, the BPD have any jurisdiction here because it was their own? Question mark. Is that right?
Yes.
And a few texts later, if you look down a few texts, at about 11 o'clock, you see a text that starts, nah, cat.
I do, sir, yes.
You responded, quote, nah, N-A-H, nah, cat, K-A-T-T. It's the total opposite. They have to recuse themselves. Same with Canton. Correct?
That text ends as they have to recuse themselves.
You then text back, I'm sorry, can I have a moment?
Yes.
Flip the next page.
I see where you're at, sir.
How did you end that text?
Same with Canton.
Meaning Canton has to recuse itself also, correct?
That was my understanding.
So by 11 p.m. on January 29th, 2022, there was no question in your mind, Trooper Proctor, that the Canton Police Department was recused from this investigation in all particulars, correct?
That they had taken a step back from participating, yes.
Right. Well, there's one way to put it. They've taken a step back from participating. Another way to put it is they recused themselves completely, correct?
Correct.
They were not going to be, at least in your mind, they were not to be involved in any way, just like Boston PD was not to be involved in any way. Is that right?
Objection.
Is that what you were thinking?
It was my understanding they were not going to be involved.
Now, if we could turn to page 2537. '5051 writes, But I assume you guys are out to make it cut and dry since it involves cops, correct?
Yes.
And Bird writes, something stinks, correct?
Correct.
And then Trooper Proctor, you responded, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
That's right.
So in that text exchange, you were saying, yeah, we're out to make it cut and dry, correct?
No.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to follow the evidence wherever it takes us. You didn't, did you?
I did not write that.
You didn't write, yeah, we're going to make sure that we investigate this thing fully and thoroughly before making any decisions. You didn't say that, did you?
I did not.
You wrote, yeah, but there will be some serious charges brought on the girl. Isn't that right?
Correct.
And the reason you wrote that is because you knew, as the text above it says, this has to be cut and dry because it involves cops, right?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that the reason you wrote it?
No, Your Honor.
And then you indicated, we're going to put serious charges on the girl. Who did you mean by the girl, by the way?
The defendant.
Karen Reed?
Yes, sir.
So the way that you were going to make it cut and dry, pretty simple. Just pin it on the girl, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
Absolutely not. Follow the facts and the evidence.
In 16 hours or less?
Day on the 29th, everything led to Miss Reed hitting Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
But that wasn't the question that you were answering, was it? We're going to follow the evidence and make sure we do this thoroughly. The question you were answering was, I assume you guys, you, Trooper Proctor, and your team are going to, quote, make it cut and dry since it involves cops, meaning Brian Albert, correct?
Incorrect. Doesn't matter to me if the homeowner's a cop, if the victim's a police officer.
You are going to make
Myself
it cut
and
and
everyone
dry.
in my office
Interesting
investigated
wording.
this case that Saturday, had an overwhelming amount of evidence that Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe. So it didn't matter to us what their occupation was.
We'll see. Let's keep reading, shall we?
Oh no, it gets worse.
5051, a little further down, says, gotta be. I could only imagine what internal affairs at BPD are trying to get out there. Correct?
Correct.
Meaning, this person, 5051, was opining, at least in your mind, you interpreted that as being Boston police are going to have a lot to answer for, given the fact that another Boston police officer was found dead on that officer's lawn. Correct?
Objection.
What were you thinking?
Yeah, what were you?
Can't speak to the mindset to that comment. I wasn't sure how to interpret that one.
All right, next question, Mr. Jackson.
Then 5051 changes gears. And he writes, she hot at least? Correct?
Oh,
Yes.
And what was your response to that?
dude, this is bad.
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt.
From all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. She's a whack job cunt. That's what you wrote, correct?
Correct.
Yep.
16 hours into this investigation,
Yes.
into your objective and unbiased, thorough investigation, correct?
Correct.
But sir, you didn't have all accounts, did you?
What I meant by that was
Oh,
Did you or did you not have all accounts in your investigation?
the accounts we had was Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle, discovered taillight pieces at the scene. Those are the accounts we had.
The accounts
And then
you
some.
had, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead.
The accounts you had, Trooper Proctor, were from two people named McCabe and one named Albert, who happened to be the homeowner and a Boston cop.
who
Those are the
saw
accounts of
nothing,
recipient witnesses that you had, correct?
heard nothing.
There was another additional witness that we had investigators had interviewed, Miss Roberts as well.
And from all accounts, he didn't do a thing wrong. That was your decision 16 hours into the investigation, correct?
Yes.
And the other decision that you made and the other determination you came to was my client, Karen Reed, was a whack job cunt. Right?
He gets to say
Yes.
that again and again and again and again. because the witness.
What else did you say in response to she's hot at least? Or she hot at least? Question mark.
So following that text, I responded, yeah, she's a babe. Weird Fall River accent, though. No ass.
Yeah, she's a babe. Who's the she?
Misread.
Weird Fall River accent, though. You talking about her, the way she talks?
The accent.
That's the way she talks, dumbass.
And no ass. Now you're talking about her body, her physique, correct?
Yes.
You think that's appropriate?
Absolutely not.
But why'd you say it then?
Then Bird chimes in with a little comedy. Not newsworthy then, correct?
Correct.
In other words, well, she didn't have an ass. Nothing to see here, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then 5051 says, oh, she's skating, right?
Correct.
And what did you write after that?
My response was 0 chance she skated.
And then what did you write?
She's fucked.
0 chance she skates. She's fucked, right?
Correct.
You decided on the 29th of January, 17 hours into this investigation, you decided individually, Trooper Proctor, you're not only going to put it on the girl, you decided you're going to make sure this is cut and dried, and the way you're going to do it is to make sure that she's fucked. That's what you were saying.
Objection.
All right, so that's sustained. You can, the content's fine. You have to ask it differently.
17 hours into this investigation, Trooper Proctor, you made the decision that you were going to put it on Miss Reed, didn't you? Put the case on Miss Reed. She's going to catch the case, correct?
No, absolutely not.
What did you mean then when you said she's fucked?
Yeah.
After the day's investigation with multiple troopers conducting multiple tasks, debriefing at Canton PD amongst detectives in my office, we went through the overwhelming amount of evidence against Miss Reed that she struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
Catch the car.
That's what I meant by that comment.
But why is she fucked? Unless
What
she's
you
going
meant
to
by
catch a
that
charge.
comment, Trooper Proctor, was you were going to make sure because 5051 had said she's going to skate. She's skating. When you said 0 chance she skates, she's fucked. What you meant was I am going to make sure Ms. Reed doesn't skate. She's fucked. That's what you meant, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
And then Bird decides to chime in. Good, no ass bitch, right?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And how did you respond to Bird saying, good, no ass bitch?
I laughed.
Thought that was funny, did you?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor? Thought that was funny?
It was unprofessional of me.
That's not what he asked.
Something I shouldn't have done.
Well, I think we all know it was unprofessional. It was a lot of things. I'm asking
Yep.
you, did you think it was funny?
No, according to my response at the time, apparently.
Then you sent a picture just to add to it.
Oh, no.
To pile on
Oh, no.
of Miss Reed
Oh, no.
being arrested, correct?
Oh, no. A picture of
I
what?
don't.
A picture of what?
Not sure if that came from me, sir.
Let's skip to 2543. Are you there, Trooper Proctor?
Yes.
The date is now February 2nd, 2022. A person by the name of Doc writes, is that chick a smoke? Correct?
Correct.
Who's the chick?
Miss Reed.
And you write E-H, right?
Yes.
And then you write nutbag, as Chief would say, correct?
Correct.
Who's Chief?
A friend of mine.
And then you write what?
She's got a leaky balloon knot.
Trooper Proctor, explain to the jurors what a balloon knot is.
Yes, someone called it. Oh no. No, God, no.
Your essentially, I guess, your rectum area.
Your anus?
Yes.
That's what you were referring to about Miss Reed?
Yes.
And you were making fun of her because you believed at that time that it leaked? That's how you were treating Miss Reed? Yes or no?
Yes.
And then you followed that up just to make sure you cleared up any mistake about what you meant with leaks poo, correct?
Objection.
All right, so I'm going to strike that. You could get this in, but do it the right way, Mr. Jackson.
You followed that up with the phrase leaks poo, didn't you?
I did.
Again, another reference to Miss Reed's medical issues and medical conditions, correct?
Correct.
Specifically focused on her anus, correct?
In reference, yes.
He's not going to fix this. He can't fix this.
Were you aware at the time that you wrote this that Miss Reed had suffered a colectomy surgery, very serious surgery?
I was not, sir, no.
Were you aware that she had had 10 surgeries in 18 months, several years prior? 10.
I was not aware of that.
Then why would
Were you aware that she had serious medical issues, gastrointestinal medical issues that she suffered with, she was a victim of for years? Did you know that?
Objection.
Sustained.
But you decided that you're going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy.
1 second, sir.
Okay, I think she just called him up to the sidebar. Yeah, well, did she?
I'll say.
Okay, it was the court
I'm sorry.
clerk. All right.
You decided that you were going to take another shot at her and talk about her anatomy as a balloon knot, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
At this point, Trooper Proctor, Miss Reed was just reduced to a punchline to you, wasn't she?
Objection.
Sustained.
Argumentative, yeah.
Well, you weren't done yet. This chat doesn't end yet, does it?
No.
No, sir.
Let's skip to 2543.
God, this is horrific.
On the same date, February 2nd, 2022, about 4:15 p.m., a person by the name of Whiting wrote, "What are you guzzling on?" Correct?
Yes.
And you wrote, "Nothing, writing a warrant." Is that right?
Correct.
Why did you then share some sort of a video? Correct?
Yes.
You remember that video being of the 1980s band Warrant?
I don't recall the video he sent.
0095 laughed and then wrote, "Wait, why does her asshole leak?"
Oh, God.
Correct?
Yes, that's what he wrote.
And then what did Doc write in response to that?
Objection, Your Honor.
The objection sustained. I'll see you at Sidebar. Take that down, please.
Oh, God. All right, well, ew. God, what an icky human being. All right, while they're at Sidebar, let's catch up here first on the bingo card. We got a few things taken care of there. First responder, broken taillight, and marks on O'Keefe. So we should have marks on O'Keefe, dog cam, first responder, broken taillight, judge calls for Sidebar, and Judge Mike Sy. What about lawyer Lawrack Sy? Jonathan Irwin with the $2 super chat found some soju in St. Louis and Chicago. Lots of Koreans in Chicago. Island with the $5. As someone struggling with motivation to leave my warm, comfy bed, thanks for getting up for us. Shared outrage makes this witness easier to endure. And unhung hero, official proctologist is a bear. Checks out.
Take that down.
Without reference to the specifics of what was.
I'm going to see counsel at Sidebar.
Sure.
Okay, now she's mad at Jackson because apparently Jackson keeps this text message up that she doesn't want up for whatever reason. Chloe Albert's revenge, all the way from the farm up in upstate Vermont. Thank you, Chloe Albert, for joining us from heaven. Chloe Albert's revenge at $400. Jeff takes his shirt off. Yeah, that ain't never going to happen. First of all, we'll never get to $400 worth of super chats and things. But second of all, that ain't going to happen. Other conversations that were brought up here. Bush McFadden said, how the F is he still friends with 8 people from high school and they're all in a group chat? Jeff, do you talk regularly with 8 high school friends? No. There's about 8 high school friends that I'll message once a year or so to see if they're still around. Steve C. Legal Vices, when they object and don't say what for, is it just kind of assumed, or if vague, will the judge ask? It's been a really interesting thing from the beginning. I don't like it personally. I think they need to state the grounds for their objection. If for no other reason other than to preserve it for appeal, to preserve the specific objection. I honestly think that she's doing that because Lally doesn't know half the time why he's objecting. He's just saying it. And it sort of provides a way for him to object and her to decide whether or not she wants to let it in.
In the next exchange that you're looking at, it's fair to say that your high school buddies then continue to discuss Ms. Reed's medical issues, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained. Come on, Mr. Jackson. That isn't what you said you'd ask. Go ahead and ask the question you said you'd ask.
Was there a continued discussion that finished on this subject matter?
Yes.
On Monday, you indicated that your conduct in this case, and specifically your conduct as reflected in these messages, how did you put it? It did not affect the integrity of the investigation, of your investigation, correct? That's what you said to the jurors.
Correct.
Do you know what the definition of integrity is?
Doing the right thing when no one's looking.
It's the quality of being honest and having strong moral principles, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Do you believe that integrity means being honest and having strong moral principles?
I believe that's part of it as well.
Do you stand by that testimony that you were showing strong moral principles in this investigation, sir?
In the investigation part, absolutely. Through these text messages, absolutely not. They were juvenile and regrettable.
Shut up.
When you say they're juvenile and regrettable, sounds like you're almost apologizing to the jury for your conduct. Is that what you're doing?
For those text.
Objection.
Sustained.
Trooper Proctor, have you ever apologized to Ms. Reed?
That's what I said yesterday.
Objection.
Sustained.
That's what I said yesterday.
As the lead investigator in this case, you were tasked with the responsibility of making sure that the investigation remained free of any conflicts of interest. That's part of your job, correct?
Correct.
Throughout the pendency of this investigation, in this case, you've denied having any conflict of interest in this case. Isn't that right?
Correct.
In fact, a couple of months ago in February of 2024, you testified in a different proceeding. Is that right?
Yes.
And you testified under oath in that proceeding on February 1st that you did not know any members of the Albert family or McCabe family, correct?
Certain members of the Albert family I did not know. I know Chris and Julie and Colin. I don't know the McCabes.
That wasn't my question. Did you testify? Let's take them one at a time. Mm-hmm. Did you testify under oath?
In the grand jury,
same oath you took
in
here
the
today,
federal grand jury.
In a former proceeding in February of 2024, that you did not know and did not have any relationship with members of the Albert and McCabe families. Did you?
I haven't had a chance to review those minutes. I've only had one opportunity to, and that
Well,
was a couple
Don't
months
worry,
ago.
Jackson has a
So
copy.
I would want to review those minutes in order to answer that accurately.
You can't remember how you testified, whether or not you knew or had relationships with the Alberts and McCabe's?
Objection.
Sustained.
As you sit here right now, you need to refresh your recollection. You can't remember what you said.
Objection.
Do you remember what you said?
During that proceeding, no.
Would it refresh your recollection if you took a look at those grand jury minutes?
Yes.
Just a little coach
What
here
page,
for
Mr.
you,
Jackson?
Proctor.
This is page
If a lawyer ever asks you, do you
0153.
recall saying this at this time? They have receipts. They will prove you said it at that time. All right, while he's looking at that, I will be right back in just one quick second.
If I may have just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
If you'd review that and look up when you're finished.
Huh. Tanny Simmons with the $2. Can't remember the truth. Crazy. I know, right? But his memory is being refreshed with the grand, and they're talking about the federal grand jury investigation. He's being refreshed right now. The $400 super chat challenge accepted. Well, thanks. Go ahead. I won't stop you. Has the prosecutor started day drinking yet? I wouldn't hold it against him if he did.
There, Your Honor.
Okay.
Norma Stevens said, did he have pieces of plastic inside his injuries? No.
Would that
Not
refresh
at
your
all.
recollection about a question and answer that you had, or a series of questions and answers that you had while you were testifying under oath in that other proceeding?
Yes, sir.
Objection. May we approach?
Yes.
Oh, guess what? Lally doesn't want that answer yes to come in. And Jewel said Officer Barron and Carrie Roberts both said the taillight was cracked with only a small piece missing. How do you explain that, Proctor? Yeah, they did. And that was pretty damaging to the prosecution's case, especially seeing as how Officer Barron was the guy that was sort of in charge of keeping a close eye on the vehicle there in Karen Reed's parents' hometown. And he said, if I recall exactly, he said it was cracked with a small piece missing, but it was not shattered. So yeah, there's that to deal with. For as big a piece of crap as Proctor is, it's got to be really, really uncomfortable to be him right now. And Markov lawyer calls for sidebar on your bingo card. I just need Ceiling Dion, and we're good. So we should have Marks on O'Keefe, lawyer calls for sidebar, judge calls for sidebar, broken tail light, first responder, dog cam, and Judge Mike Sy on your bingo card. And if you're joining us late, we've got 572 people here now. If you're joining us late and you want to play along with the bingo, click the pinned link at the top of chat and generate yourself a bingo card and catch up with us. I like to do the trial bingo thing because it helps us focus a little bit on trial. We pay a little bit more attention, and it provides a little more interesting chat thing. But I'm also going to take this time here to do a little grifting, if you don't mind. Please hit the like button. 578 people here and 371 likes. So a little over 200 of you haven't done your job. Get down there and smash that like button, please. Let's get this out here. Let's get the algorithm keyed up and let people know there's something fun and interesting happening here. And Xanothium 15.
Yes.
Jeff,
Thank
I
you.
don't see how you fix this. Skip redirect.
You were asked the question,
Right.
quote, did you communicate with First Assistant DA Beelan that you did not know and had no relationship with the Albert and McCabe families? And you answered, quote, to the best of my recollection, the same conversation took place with everyone I talked to about this. because it's the same answer. It's the facts that I shared with everyone. Question, meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have a relationships with
Objection, Your Honor.
members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Yes, that's
So,
correct.
so your question is whether he said this?
Correct. Whether that's his testimony. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And that's your testimony that you, in fact, told members of the DA's office that you did not know and did not have a relationship with the Alberts or McCabe's. Is that right?
I did not know the McCabe's. I don't know most of the Alberts,
That's
and
all
I
he
have
said.
little to no relationship with
Didn't say
Chris and Julie.
no, he
So
said
that's
no.
what I meant by that answer.
Well, the question wasn't, did you know most of the Alberts? The question was, did you have a relationship with, or did you know the Alberts? And your answer was no,
No, I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
or know them.
I don't know the McCabe's. I don't have a relationship with the Alberts.
So you do
You
know
asked-
the Alberts, correct?
I know some of them, Julie and Chris.
And Colin, correct?
Correct, and Colin.
And you knew the Alberts when you gave this testimony in February of 2024. Is that right?
Yeah, they asked if there was any relationships.
And
Bitch, please.
let's try this again. Meaning you told First Assistant Beeland that you didn't know, didn't have relationships with members of the Alberts and members of the Albert and McCabe families. Answer, correct.
Mhm.
Was that ambiguous in your mind?
The way I interpreted relationships was
Forget the word
basically being like
relationship.
friends or
Focus on the word no.
you know,
Did you know the Albert?
communications, frequent communications. That's how I interpreted
Well, that might have been a
relations.
good time to pipe up and say, well, I know Chris and I know Julie and I know Colin, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
That might have been a good time to answer the question, I know these three individuals from the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
But your answer was one word, correct, right?
Correct.
Yes.
You further testified that you never have gone to any supervisor at Massachusetts State Police to disclose even a potential conflict of interest in this case that you might have, correct?
Correct.
And you indicated the needs never come up. Is that right?
Correct.
You also told ADA Lally that you, quote, did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families, correct?
Correct.
And that's just not true, is it?
Uh-oh.
You did know, you do know members of the Albert family.
Yep.
Isn't that right?
It's different from having a relationship with people.
But what about part of the question? Did not have relationships or know members of the Albert or McCabe families.
Right.
How about that part of the question?
Well, that's lumped in with the McCabe's. I don't know the McCabe family, sir.
I see. So what you did, Trooper Proctor, is you dissected the sentence. And where relationships are concerned, you ignored that in terms of the Alberts because you don't have relationships. Where no is concerned, you link that to the McCabe's because you don't know the McCabe's. That's what you did?
No.
Objection.
So it's sustained. You can ask it. You can break it down, Mr. Jackson.
Yep.
Not sure I can.
Sure you
I'll ask it a
can.
different way.
Did you know the
How about if I
McCabe?
just ask it this
Do
way?
you have a
That was
relationship
lie.
with the McCabe?
What?
Did you know the
No,
Albert?
absolutely not.
You stand by that testimony?
Yes.
That you don't know the McCabe, at the time that you testified, that you didn't know the Alberts or any members of the Albert family?
They don't have relationships with them.
Right.
Fuck,
My
answer the
question is, you
question.
keep going back to relationships. I'm asking you, did you testify that you didn't know them?
Objection.
I'll
Overruled.
let him have it.
Yeah.
Do you understand the question, Trooper?
And it was Chris, Julie, and Colin.
So if you were to say, I don't know any members of the Albert family, that would have been a lie, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, this is the point at which I intend to turn to tab 3 and I believe we need to approach.
Ooh. He's
Sure,
going to
feel
turn
free
to
to
tab
stand.
3. Tab 3 has some spicy information. Apparently, they have to pre-clear it with the judge. Oh my God. This guy, I can't. The obfuscation with him. That whole, I guess the no part of the family of the sentence referred to the McCabe's and the relationship related to both of them. That is some horse shit right there. That's some utter BS. That's just him trying to get out of it. He lied under oath. He lied.
Liar!
He almost admitted it. He needs to admit that he misspoke or told the truth or lied to mark off the bingo card thing. My God. Can't remember the truth. Crazy. Yeah, Tanny, you get a 2 over there because that was so awesome. And also as Zenothium said, we kind of gave a short shrift. Jeff, I don't see how you fix this. Skip redirect. He's got to do something on redirect. He just can't let it sit like this. But I don't think whatever he does is going to be effective, but he's got to have the last word on this. He can't just let it sit. Swan Lake lady says, that's a beautiful pipe, Jeff. That's my cobalt blue Vauen pipe from Germany. I don't know if you can see it here. I might get up there. Yeah, there we go. It's my Vauen pipe from Germany. Thank you. Wow, this is bad testimony, man. We like to joke around here. We like to have a little bit of fun. But this is so horrific that I mean, it doesn't even. I don't even feel like I want to make a joke about this. I mean, it's that bad. I would really like to make some jokes to sort of lighten the mood a little bit, but I think it's proper to let the mood kind of hang here and be heavy. This is just, I mean, disgusting. What are you going to say? What else can you say? Let it sit there, I guess. I don't know. Come on, Judge. You're making this an awkward silence. It's an awkward silence here, Judge. Help me out. Oh my God. So all we have here for the 589 of you watching this is just Proctor trying to keep his head above water, and it ain't working. And again, one thing to note: this is not former prosecutor. This is not former officer. This is not former Trooper Proctor. This is current Trooper Proctor. Oh, and saving the day with super chats to read. Jennifer, do you think Proctor has a leaky nod at the moment? No, I think he is sealed tight. He's puckered up tight. That's what I think. Voodoo Berries, thank you so much, Voodoo Berries, all the way in for Voodoo Berries. What are you doing? Juror excuse was male. It's now 10 women and 6 men. I don't know how you know that, but that's pretty cool. All right, so there's still 10 women. How do you think the women jurors are reacting to this? That's awful. This ain't good. Jennifer with the 5 pounds and Buddha Berry with the $2 Aussie. Gave us something to talk about, but this is a long sidebar. Dang, I don't know what to I don't know what to say here. Jeez. There's a news report on this yesterday, and it was horrid, and they were pissed. And rightfully, anyone that has heard anything or has anything to do with this should be pissed. Anyone who has any connection to this whatsoever and has heard anything should rightfully be pissed about this. These are sworn officers. This is him, and many of these texts went to his immediate supervisor, his immediate boss, and his boss's boss, the lieutenant. This is condoned. This is laughed at. This is not corrected by his own superiors. I mean, God. Brian Miller with a $5 super chat. I wonder if Proctor's balloon not leaks after this. No, maybe after this, but right now he is sealed tighter than a frog. when Law and Cuck chat are angry, you know shiz is bad. Let's while we're doing this, let's check in on the Law and Crime chat, shall we? What do we got going here in Law and Crime? Toilet boy fan. Okay. Albert's got rid of their dog and sold their house. Yeah, they did a lot more than that. They filled in the swimming pool, redecorated the basement suddenly. Dilly Dally Lally, bad character. John is dead while John is still clinging to life out in the cold. Oh, Carrie, John is dead while John is still clinging to life out in the cold. The jury already knows this story and they've made up their minds not guilty. Yeah, when Law and Crime is Chad is finding you not guilty, you know, it's bad for you as a prosecution. Jen was probably secretly in love with John. I don't think it was secret. She sort of had that woman scorned vibe about her to me anyway. All right, let's wait. How are we what have I done? Let me scroll up here. There we go. And we've got another super chat coming in from Sonny or Chris, who's already the vice racks of the day. Is the state AG or the superintendent of the state police? Wait. Is the state AG or the superintendent of the state police going to do an investigation into this until they are insane, or don't do an investigation into this unit? If they don't, all right. If the state, sorry, Sonny or Chris, if the state AG or the superintendent of the state police don't do an investigation into this unit, they are insane. And like I was saying earlier, there are already rumors out there that lawyers who have had clients investigated and prosecuted as a result of the investigations of Proctor have already started preparing paperwork to have their cases re-examined. Something's got to happen. Completely set aside the issue of whether or not Karen Reed gets convicted. Something's got to happen within this police department. They cannot condone this. They can't gloss over this. They can't pretend this testimony doesn't happen, and they can't write it off as one rogue officer, doing this shit and sending these inappropriate text messages to his group of high school buddies, to his wife, to his sister. He also sent them to other police officers, including his direct report supervisor, which was Buchanan, and to Lieutenant What's His Guts, who is his superior's superior. So this goes at least 2 levels up the chain of command with them sending back smiley face emojis or likes or whatever the hell they did, and not correcting him, not calling him out on it, not punishing him. It's condoned by the higher levels of the police department. So yeah, they cannot just let this sit there. God, I keep having to check, see if I'm muted. This is long. They're obviously arguing about something to deal with this next tab of information. Yeah.
You are unmuted.
Don't move to Mass is all I've learned. Yeah, don't move to Mass or Fulton County, Georgia. Those are the 2 places to avoid at the moment.
Yeah, just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
I wish I was drunk. I like this cop, like stepping on Legos barefoot. Yeah, well, he is a Lego. God. This is just bad. Come on, Jackson. Pick it up. Pick up the pace. You got the permission to do this. So let's talk about it. This better be really, really bad for Proctor. The anticipation. He's built this next line of questioning up.
Trooper Proctor, you've indicated that your sister is one of your best friends, maybe your best friend.
Yes.
Courtney Proctor, that's her name? Courtney
Correct.
Proctor. Elberg?
I'm sorry?
Her last name?
Elberg.
Elberg, with an L. And you're aware that she is also very, very good friends with Jillian Daniels, Julie Albert.
Correct.
Are you aware of any circumstance in which any of the Alberts have been over to your parents' house?
Yes.
Have you ever been over at your parents' house when any of the Alberts have been at your parents' house?
Yes.
Those Alberts include Chris Albert, Julie Albert, Colin Albert, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, you were on or around January 29th, 2022, you were close enough friends with Julie Albert that she had your personal cell phone in her cell phone, correct? And vice versa.
I wouldn't classify us as close friends at all.
Okay, let me get back to my question. Did you have her cell phone in your phone, and did she have yours?
I can't recall if I believe I had her stored in my phone.
Tab 4. All right. If you would turn to tab 4.
And what was this marked for ID?
This was,
Or tell me the numbers at the bottom.
I've got the sheet right here. I've got a cheat sheet. Tab 4 is triple B, as in Bravo.
Well, that got an eyebrow raise out of,
In your
out of
Honor,
Proctor.
report, I'm looking at page 2625. You have that in front of you, sir?
Yes, sir.
Do you recognize the participants in this chat?
I do.
The number ending in 5374, you recognize that as being from Julie Albert?
Ooh. Okay.
Based off the content of the message, yeah, I recognize this text message from Julie.
And she texts, "This is the weekend I've been waiting for. Michael, please send ski videos if CP doesn't share with me," with a laughing face, correct?
Correct.
That text was sent on February 24th, 2022, wasn't it?
Yes.
That was less than a month after Mr. O'Keefe's death, isn't that right?
Correct.
And less than a month after you had been assigned to the investigation in which Julie Albert was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her husband, Chris Albert, was a witness, correct?
Correct.
And her son, you knew, Colin, was involved as well, correct?
Yes.
Who is CP in that text message?
It's a nickname I have for my sister.
Courtney Proctor, correct?
Correct.
Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Okay.
It does.
Sometime.
Yeah, they're all up in each other's contacts. He's been over to the Albert's house. They're texting. It seems to be a little contradictory there,
Can we
doesn't it?
move to Trooper Proctor to tab 5, please? That's triple C as in Charlie.
Saddle up, Vicky Sue, for $5. Says, can they call the people who redecorated the basement to
Do you have that
testify?
in front of you, sir?
Yes.
They could if they said, yeah, we redecorated. And there was a shit ton of blood there on the floorboards or something like that. Otherwise,
64.
what would they have to offer?
If you return to that page, please.
Okay.
Mary Jane says, Jeff, how are you not drinking? Well,
Trooper Proctor, on January
$7
19th,
from now will be
2022,
a shot of Korean whiskey.
10 days before Mr. O'Keefe's death, you were texting with your sister about whether Julie Albert might be available to babysit for your own son, correct?
Yes.
So you did have a
So
relationship
in fact,
with the Alberts.
your relationship with the Alberts was close enough that you would consider leaving your own child in the hands of Julie Albert as a babysitter, as a caregiver for your toddler, correct?
I wouldn't say close enough. I've hired babysitters that I've had out, but I don't know.
But Julie Albert was among them.
Yes, she was an option to watch my child.
And then you personally interviewed Julie Albert and Chris Albert in this case on February 10th, 2022.
Sergeant Buchanan and I did, yes.
And you didn't mention a thing about your relationship with Julie Albert, Chris Albert, or Colin Albert in any report that you ever drafted in this case, did you?
I did not.
Not one word, correct?
No, sir.
You interviewed Julie and Chris Albert at about 5:30 p.m. on the 10th of February, isn't that right?
Yes.
Did either of them, Julie or Chris Albert, mention that their son Colin Albert had been at 34 Fairview Road on the night in question, January 29th?
I'd have to reread the report to refresh my memory on their statements.
Oh, please do.
Well-
By all means.
Let me ask it a different way, if I may have.
Yes.
And while he's doing that, Aussie Overlord, who's being a very, very naughty Aussie, has sent us an $8.50 Aussie super chat. Life's too short for this shit. Yeah, it is. So that puts us into I owe you guys a shot of Korean whiskey, the Gi-1 Korean whiskey, which is the first Korean whiskey to use all Korean grown barley, aged, distilled, bottled in Korea. Yeah, so that's what we get
You
out
wrote
of
a
this.
report on October 12th,
Thank you for
2022,
thank you for the
correct?
support so far, peeps.
For which,
Concerning your interview with,
Why don't you show it to him?
I may have the wrong report.
Son here, Chris with a $10 says, "Sorry, Jeff's text to speech is no friend of my Cajun speech. It's the Rougarou. The Rougarou's got your phone." All right.
Do
Cheers.
you
Thank you for this
recall, Trooper
report
Proctor,
from the
ever
Red
mentioning
Evidence Collection Company.
that whether or not Julie and Chris mentioned to you that their son had been at 34 Fairview on January 29th? Do you recall that as you sit here?
to the best of my recollection, no.
It was a very short interview with Julie and Chris, was it not?
Typical length for the information they had to offer.
So you started the interview about 5:30 p.m. It must have been relatively short because you received a phone call by 6:17 from Julie Albert herself, correct?
I don't have the call detail record in front of me, but okay, yes.
Let's look at tab 6, please. Oh, it may not
What
be
was
in your
that?
book.
It's not, sir.
Okay, fair enough.
Why not invite Hayden? Why not invite Hayden indeed? I was going to invite Hayden to join us here from Aussie Overlord, but it seems he's decided to stream snipe me this entire time. That's why no invite for Hayden. He's watching me, watching you. Aha.
You indicated that you might need to look at a phone record or a phone log to determine whether or not that
Naughty,
that
naughty,
call was
naughty.
made and what time it was made, correct?
If you have that,
May I
please.
approach you on?
Yes.
Thank you.
There's a highlighted portion, Trooper Proctor. Focus your attention on that and let me know if that refreshes your recollection.
It does, sir. Thank you.
May I approach?
Yes.
You received after your interview, you received a phone call from Julie Albert about 6:17, about 45 minutes after you began the interview and then left, correct?
Yes.
6:21, you called her back and you spoke for 3 minutes and 58 seconds. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you discuss the interview?
I don't recall the content of that conversation.
And of course, you never memorialized that in any report, did you? The fact that you had a subsequent phone call with Julie Albert on your personal cell phone.
I did not.
Let's turn to tab 5 one more time. And if you could turn to page 2677. Trooper Proctor, after your interview with Julie Albert, your sister, Courtney, texted you, "How did it go at Julie's? She was so nervous." You recall that?
Yes.
In fact, you responded to that with a ha, 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 ha. 4 ha's, right? And then why, question mark, correct?
Correct.
4 doors
Then
more.
you responded, it was fine, just a quick convo, correct?
Yes.
You were literally reporting back to your sister about the progress of your investigation in a homicide investigation, weren't you?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Were you reporting your progress to your sister about your investigation?
Objection.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yeah, why is that objectionable? I don't get what that objection is. I can't really think of what that objection would be. Right. Well, saddle up Vicky Sue. Oh, well, we already did your super chat. You don't get a twofer. Sorry. Sonny or Chris. Sorry, Jeff. The Texas speech, my friend, the Cajun speech. Yeah. We did yours too. Sorry again. Everybody gets a twofer today. King Bob. We're having too much fun watching him watching you. Why do I feel like somebody's watching me? All right, we got 616 people here watching me, which also means we got 616 people watching me, watching Ozzy, watching me, watching the trial. So make sure you hit that like and subscribe button, everybody. Please hit the like button. I haven't put up a poll yet. I got to do a poll.
You are unmuted.
Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and make sure you're still subscribed if you've already done that. So let me put up a poll here.
May I? Yes. Thank you. Were you reporting your progress of your investigation back to your sister, Courtney Proctor?
No, absolutely not.
But you did say that the conversation, the formal interview went fine. It was just a quick convo, correct?
In response to my sister indicating Julie was nervous. That's why I told her it was fine.
Trooper Proctor, Julie and Chris Albert were not actually treated like witnesses in a murder investigation. They were treated more like friends. Wouldn't you agree?
Objection.
Is that true?
Absolutely not.
We've established that you're very close with your sister, Courtney, correct?
Correct.
You provided your sister with updates on important advancements during the course of your investigation into this case. Did you not periodically?
I made her aware of newsworthy stuff.
That started as early as January 29th, 2022. Isn't that right?
Don't have the exact date or content.
Well, the day of the incident, you began letting her know that you were involved, that you had been assigned, what the status was,
Yes.
the nature of the case, the fact
Correct.
that it was a homicide, correct?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you discussed who the players were, who the people were that were involved. Isn't that right?
I just mentioned Julie and Chris were out earlier in the evening.
So you mentioned the Alberts, correct?
Julie and Chris, yes.
You also mentioned the McCabe's too, didn't you? At some point.
Yes.
Yeah. At 2668, Your Honor, that's the page that I'm referring to. Okay.
This you can tell when they're actually doing something because they always say absolutely.
So I said 2668.
Correct. I have my page number correct.
You're on the right page, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
You wrote the word homicide. Is that right?
Yes.
You were describing to your sister the nature of the case that you are now assigned. Is that right?
Correct.
She wrote the Canton thing is a homicide. And you wrote, don't say a word to anyone. Correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, of course not. Isn't that right?
Yes.
And then you wrote what?
In the very least, it's suspicious.
In the very least, it's suspicious. Correct?
Correct.
So at that time, at least at the time that you wrote that text on the 29th at 3:05 in the afternoon, you believed that the case was suspicious, right?
It was before we found significant pieces of evidence.
So you believed that it was suspicious that it may involve the Alberts, right?
Absolutely not.
Come on.
She then writes, this is your livelihood. didn't she?
She did.
Meaning this kind of case could make or it could break your career, right?
Objection.
Existing.
She then wrote, I would never mess with that. Is that right?
Yes.
Your sister, Trooper Proctor, was warning you that you shouldn't be investigating a case in which close friends or family members were involved.
Objection.
Did you take her text? This is your livelihood. I would never mess with that, as a warning from her that you shouldn't be investigating a case that involved close friends.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Absolutely not. That was in response to don't say a word to anyone. And that was how I interpreted this is your livelihood. I would never mess with that.
A couple of minutes later, 3:07
I'm
on
not going to
January
tell anybody
29th,
is what I get
you
out
told
of
your
that.
sister, quote, Julie and Chris were at the bar with the victim and girlfriend. Got to interview them. Is that right?
Yes.
So you were telling Courtney, your sister, updates on what your investigation advancements were, correct?
Just
You're gonna
that part.
Interview, why
Just
you're gonna
that
interview
part?
them.
Yes.
Please.
She wrote, you got to be kidding me, correct?
Correct.
Did you take that as you got to be kidding me? The Alberts are involved?
No, absolutely not.
And then you wrote, it's not a big deal, correct?
Correct.
And then she wrote, I bet I know the person. Sounds like it is, meaning it is a big deal, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure what she meant with those messages there.
But she did write, I bet I know the person, didn't she?
She did write that, yes.
And you know she's very close with the Alberts, correct?
And she's close with Julie and Chris.
You then wrote, no, I meant, or you wrote not. I think you meant no. I meant that they were at the bar with them, correct?
Yes.
She writes, yeah, I got that part. And then she continues on, but I know a lot of their friends, correct?
Yes.
Did you see a problem in this exchange?
Nothing jumped out at me.
Your sister's literally explaining that your family friends are suspects or possible suspects in a murder investigation that you're in charge of. Correct?
Objection.
Existing.
On January 30th, 2022 at 9:13 in the morning, your sister texted you again, quote, Jesus Christ, the party was at one of the Alberts, correct?
Yes.
And you two were discussing the fact that, to put it in her words, Jesus Christ, these are our friends, right?
Objection.
Existing.
How did you take her Jesus Christ, the party was at one of the Alberts with 2 exclamation points? How did you take that?
That's
Yes.
the way I'm interpreting my sister's text messages was that surprised and shocked that this is where Mr. O'Keefe was found on the front lawn of that residence.
Could it be Jesus Christ? We know these people.
Mm-hmm.
Again, that's how I read that message.
You don't deny, Trooper Proctor, that you were routinely disclosing to your sister pretty intimate details about the investigation, correct?
I wouldn't say intimate. I'd
Dude.
say newsworthy stuff or
Newsworthy.
just generic, nothing.
Well,
Newsworthy
too
stuff
specific.
nobody else gets
Would
to
you
hear.
have gone to the news at this point in the investigation? Would you have gone to the news and said, Julie and Chris were at the bar. I got to go interview them.
Objection.
I'll allow that. Is that what you do, Trooper?
No, I would
Nope.
not do that, sir.
So it's not newsworthy. These were details, internal details about the investigation, weren't they?
Yes,
And you were sharing them with your sister, Courtney Proctor, correct?
correct.
And Courtney Proctor's best friend is Jillian Daniels, and one of her closest friends is Julie Albert, right?
Correct.
Then on February 1st, 2022, your sister texts you that she's actually meeting with Julie Albert, didn't she?
Yes,
And that was before you ever interviewed Julie, correct?
yes,
So it appears that Courtney was providing information to Julie of some sort before you were able to actually interview her. Is that right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, let me ask it this way. You don't deny that Courtney was meeting with Julie before you interviewed her, correct?
Correct.
And you don't deny that you had been providing information about the case with Courtney before you interviewed Julie, correct?
Provided information that Julie and Chris were at the waterfall and I needed to interview them. Yes, that's the information I shared.
And who knows what you shared verbally, not in text messages, correct?
Objection.
Did you, we have text messages, Trooper Proctor. Did you share other information on phone calls with Courtney?
No.
Same.
So the only information we're to believe, you talk to her 5 to 6 times a day. The only information that you claim you shared with Courtney about the details of the investigation are contained in these texts which we have.
Objection.
I'll let you answer that. Can you answer that?
The information that I share with my sister contained within these texts, yes.
You never discussed this case verbally, over the phone or in person with Courtney.
On the phone, I'm sure there's been conversations that's things that have, been newsworthy items that have gone to the news. There's definitely been conversations in that regard.
I only did the stuff you caught
Then
me
before
doing.
you ever interviewed Julie, your sister informed you that Julie actually wanted to get you a gift
Yeah.
for your participation on this case, correct?
Yep.
Yes.
In tab 5, let's turn to page 2672, Trooper Proctor.
While he's doing that, welcome people rating us from Aussie Overlord.
Yes.
Aussie Overlord has just rated us.
2672.
He's finally seen the light and done the right
You
thing.
see the text from you, what's up?
Tell you what,
Yes.
we'll leave it to you people. Put 1 in a chat if we invite Aussie
And
Overlord,
what's
2 if we
Courtney
don't
Proctor's
invite him.
response?
It's up to you. Thumbs up or
Nothing.
thumbs
I just
down.
saw Julie, and she said, when this is all over, she wants to get you a thank you gift. And I respond with, get Elizabeth one.
Hang on just a second. Let's take them one at a time. You were asked about this on direct examination by Mr. Lally, right?
Correct.
And you looked at the jurors, paused, and said, I never asked for a gift. I never received a gift. Elizabeth never asked for a gift. She never received a gift. You remember that?
Correct.
You said you never asked for a gift, correct?
Correct.
What's your next text?
Get Elizabeth one.
Get Elizabeth one what?
Gift.
Referring to a gift
Right. So you did, in fact, ask for a gift, didn't you?
for my wife who had been home with my children for the last 10 nights.
From Julie Albert
Yes.
for your participation on this case.
I don't know if that's yes.
Well, Courtney Proctor answers that question by saying, because I guess her and Chris were friends and John, and she's so proud of you for leading this investigation, correct?
Correct.
Does she give you a gift for every
You're aware-
investigation you conduct?
During the course of your investigation, well, let me ask it this way. Let me ask a foundational question. Do you pull phone records as a matter of course in investigations of this nature?
Yes.
Did you pull phone records in this case variously?
The phone records of
Of anybody? Witnesses, suspects?
Oh, Strawberry
witnesses,
set up.
Mr.
People,
Oh, sorry, that's
whatever.
Hayden from
We
Aussie
didn't do-
Overlord.
We didn't pull full phone records of witnesses.
Victim?
Victim and Miss Reed.
During the course of your investigation, did you become aware that there were 67 calls between Julie Albert and your sister, Courtney, in the months following John O'Keefe's death?
Objection.
On what basis?
Same objection.
Did you become aware during the course of your investigation of the level of communication between Julie Albert, one of the witnesses on the case, and your sister?
Objection.
I'm sustaining that objection. You can come try and convince me otherwise if you want, Mr. Jackson.
I can ask it a different way, Your Honor. Thank you. Did you ever seek information about phone calls and communications that Julie Albert may or may not have been having with anybody else?
No.
Didn't download her phone, didn't seek the phone records.
No.
Did Courtney ever tell you that she had consistent communications with Julie Albert? Or did you know that otherwise?
Objection.
During the months, let me ask it this way, during the months following John O'Keefe's death, you did continue to have consistent communications with Courtney though, didn't you?
Yes, I speak to my sister every day.
Trooper Proctor, were you using Courtney, your sister, as an intermediary between you
Ooh.
and Julie Albert?
Absolutely not.
You were well aware from the very beginning of your investigation that Colin Albert was, in fact, at 34 Fairview on the night in question, right?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you testified at the grand jury, the state court grand jury on this case, that you knew that Colin Albert was at the location, right?
Yes.
Did you make any concerted efforts to keep Colin Albert's name out of this investigation?
No.
Why is it, Trooper Proctor, that Colin Albert's name fails to appear in a single police report until July 18, 2023?
Ooh,
Colin Albert was not at the home. He left at approximately 12:10 a.m. before anyone from the waterfall had arrived back there.
Wrong.
Let's look at, obviously, part of the job of an
Wrong.
investigator is to be as complete and thorough as possible, correct?
Yes.
You don't just take someone's word for something. You look for corroborating evidence, don't you?
Yes.
Matter of fact, you wouldn't take a witness's word for almost anything in a reasonable investigation, would you?
Objection.
He allegedly
Would
took
you-
Jim McCabe's word for
Yeah.
16 hours.
If I find the witness to be credible and have no reason to lie, then yes, I would take their word.
Would you try to support a witness's statement or witnesses with an apostrophe, S apostrophe, their statements with corroborating evidence?
Yeah, potentially.
That corroborating
Potentially.
evidence might be talking to other witnesses, right?
Yes.
It might be looking at cell phone data, correct?
Correct.
It might be looking at geolocation data, correct?
Yes.
You're trying to find out where someone is. You might pull information from their phone concerning geolocation data, right?
Yes.
You might pull cell tower information, right?
If there's a need for it.
There's myriad ways
Talk to the people that
that you
actually
can
saw
find out
Colin
whether
in the
someone's
house.
telling the truth about where they were and when they were there, right?
Right.
Let's take a look at your handwritten notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel on October 5th, 2022. This should be tab 7.
Damn, the court hasn't even taken a moment break yet.
Oh,
What is it for identification?
my mistake. I thought it was in the tab. It's not. This is a 3-page document. I'll just refresh his recollection with this.
Okay, show Mr. Lally and then go ahead.
Let's
Of course.
refresh
Let
the
me ask
shit
the
out of his
foundational
memory.
question, Trooper Proctor. Do you remember exactly what's in your notes from a conversation that you had on October 5th, 2022?
I don't know.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to take a look at your handwritten notes?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Yes, yeah, you have to prove he doesn't remember before you have to. Well, not prove. You have to establish he doesn't remember before you can refresh the shit out of his memory with his own handwritten notes. How you doing, Hayden?
Take a look at that. And first, let me
Blood
just ask
pressure's
you
up
about
after this
refresh
shit.
your recollection.
What have you been up to recently?
It does, sir.
Are those your notes, your handwritten notes from this, at least
Watching from
partially
YouTube?
from this investigation?
Yes.
Does that reflect your handwritten notes based on a conversation that you had with Juliana Nagel on or about October 5th, 2022?
He looks like Bull from Night Court.
Yeah, I can kind of see that. Someone said Mark Wahlberg bald with like extra fat.
Oh, he's raised his eyebrows. Something's caught his
Ooh.
attention.
Look at the creases in his forehead too.
It's like Abdullah the Butcher levels there. If you're an old school wrestling fan. And so you can always tell if they say absolutely not or absolutely yes. That usually means the opposite of what they say. I don't know if
Yeah.
you've noticed that.
Oh yeah,
Yes, Rip
this
Richard
guy's been
Mall.
lying through his teeth. Good God, his head is shiny.
So I use a little thin layer of baby powder. Kind of takes that shine away. And a hat.
No, you can tell he's the kind of guy that takes pride in the amount of shine that
Yeah.
comes off his head.
Yeah. He likes to shine his knobby head every morning. So
Mm-hmm.
polish the knob.
Had what's his face Satan Scrubs you chrome your dome this morning? Just one. The entire courtroom's reflecting off his head.
There, Your Honor.
Yes.
How many lights are there? We know the answer to that.
This is going to be an accurate representation of your notes from your interview with Juliana Nagel. Your Honor, with the court's permission, I changed my mind. I would like to have this marked as next.
Introduced into evidence?
Correct.
Is there an objection?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any objections?
Of course there is.
Is it true that in your handwritten notes, you list the following individuals based on Juliana Nagel's conversation with you as being at 34 Fairview? Brian, Juliana, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Courtney Alba, Colin Albert, and Sarah Levinson. Correct?
Correct.
You then drafted a report memorializing your conversation with Juliana Nagel, correct?
Yes.
And that report is a formal memorialization of your interview based on your investigation, correct?
Yes, a summary of the conversation for the interview.
And that report is the thing that's turned over to the Commonwealth, correct?
Yes.
And the report is the thing that's entered into discovery and provided to the defense.
Correct.
And isn't it true that in that report, you list the individuals that were at 34 Fairview as Brian, Mary Kent, Emily Fabiano, Sarah Levinson. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's like all the people.
What's the one name that was left out of your report on that list?
Objection.
Oh,
Colin.
Was there one name left out?
Yes.
So,
Break that down, Mr. Jackson.
Sure. Isn't it true that in your report, you excluded the one name, Colin Albert, from the list of individuals that were in your notes?
yes, because he arrived later in the evening. The other females were there from the start.
Didn't you just say that he was
At
there
the time
before
that
anyone from the
you
waterfall
wrote
arrived?
your report, the formal report, this one,
Mhm.
you did not believe that your handwritten notes were also going to be disclosed, did you?
No, I knew that was a possibility.
You
Yeah.
just got dumb.
When you finally did get around to interviewing Colin Albert, you personally conducted that interview, did you not?
Yes.
Colin
Along with
Albert
Trooper
told you
Zach
the
Clark.
One at a time.
I'm sorry.
Finish your answer, Trooper.
Please go ahead.
Yes, along with Trooper Zach Clark in my office.
Colin Albert told you that he was picked up by Allie McCabe from his uncle's house at 12:10 a.m., correct?
Correct.
Allie McCabe also told you that she picked up Colin Albert at 34 Fairview at 12:10 a.m. and then dropped him off at his house, correct?
Correct.
And then she indicated that she went straight home after that, right?
Yes.
Did
And
you
she
conduct any further investigation to determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were actually telling the truth about that time?
We did not.
You just took them at their word, correct?
Yes.
Trooper Proctor, you realize that you had a forensic image at the time. You had a forensic image of Jennifer McCabe's cell phone in your possession, right?
Correct.
You're also aware that she has a Life 360 app on her phone that tracks the location of Allie McCabe, correct?
I was not aware the app tracked her daughter. I knew of the Life 360 app, but I wasn't aware of the capability of tracking her daughter.
Did you bother to look at Jennifer McCabe's Life 360 app to determine whether Colin Albert and Allie McCabe were telling the truth about the time they supposedly left 34 Fairview?
Objection.
Did you do that alone?
I did not.
Can we take a look at
Yeah, that's the dog snoring. You
tab
didn't hear
8?
that.
Do you recall looking at all at a Life 360 app or its data from Celebrate Report?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you or did you not look at any data from Life 360 from Jennifer McCabe's phone?
Objection.
All right, so this is a good time to take the morning recess, and I'll see Councilman
Oof.
Sidebar. 20 minutes.
That's off defense questioning.
Oof. Well, let's see what they're gonna see if they're gonna say anything before they send people out here. Give her a little bit of time to figure out what she's doing. Jury's leaving. She should be feeling very confident in the way her lawyer handled this witness.
Yeah.
They're taking the break. Maybe they're going to take a late lunch because they're only like an hour away from the normal lunchtime. And they're taking their morning break. It's yeah. Come on, OnlyFan for bingo. It's not OnlyFan. It's Ceiling Dion. We call the fan Ceiling Dion around here, and that's the only one I need for bingo too. Come on, do it. Scroll up. Pan that camera up.
What a shit show.
All right, somebody do something here. Show us the fan. Get the judge off the bench. The anticipation's killing me. Are they going to say something before she goes? Yeah, see. Other people are calling it. We have Fanny. Oh, there we go. Bingo! Ceiling Dion.
Hold on.
Hey there, Karen Reed.
Hey there, go away, dude. Oh, never mind.
Trial watcher.
We just want to mute you. We don't want to get rid of you. All right. So let's ensmallen the cam here so we can keep an eye on it whilst talking amongst ourselves. All right. First of all, for those of you that want to play along, I'm going to give you don't have your bingo card generated. Please click the link at the top of chat, generate your card, and in just a minute, we'll review where we sit on the card. But I have bingo because I'm awesome that way. Heather Sparrow's got bingo too. Other people have a few bingos. So we were all waiting. Yeah. A heavy Boston accent. Yeah, I did. I was going to mention that. I did give them the heavy Boston accent, but we'll talk to that in a minute. But first, we have a prodigal son who has returned to us, who has gone rogue and found his way back into the fold. It's Aussie Overlord. What's up, Hayden? How you doing?
G'day, peeps. Hayden, you go have a stubby now. No, surprisingly, I'm on the energy drinks at the moment because otherwise I would not be awake. Although this thing's from South Africa, I'm not sure if I'm waking up in the morning at all.
It's apartheid of your evening beverage, is it?
Apparently, yes. It is growing on me though. Like it started off distasteful,
just like apartheid.
Yeah, I gave it a second, and then it sort of it separated my taste buds, and then
just like they separated blacks and whites during apartheid. Sorry to anyone from South Africa for making such horrible jokes.
I have so many jokes, but none of them can be said on this channel.
I just have Robin Williams' old live from the Met joke going, Prime Minister Botha, white courtesy phone, please. Prime Minister Botha, white courtesy phone. So anyway, sorry. Right. You were saying?
No, I was just, I had about like 50, 60 people sitting watching this old boomer covering a trial. And we weren't sure whether or not they were actually paying attention or not. But then he showed up in chat. So I figured I should probably end my stream and go to sleep. And then someone invited me on another stream. So here I am.
Yeah, here we are. Welcome. Unlike you, I'm not drinking a South African beverage. I'm drinking an American bottled in bond Kentucky bourbon. Because trial.
Yes.
So whilst you were watching this trial, I know in the evenings U.S. time, you're catching up. How far out are you from real time and catching up on your trial streams?
What's this? 23, so 4 days behind. We managed to get through 2 days today.
So if you want to go back in time. If I could turn back time, there's lots of time songs. If you want to go back in time a little bit, about 4 days ago, Hayden every evening does he's catching up on his catch up streams. So go check him out if you want to refresh your memory to what's happened in the past few days. He's the guy to go to. He's catching up.
I'm just getting to the spicy stuff because I understand that day 20 was fairly explosive, and then we get into the Proctor stuff. So I've got all this to look forward to still. I get to rewatch all of this. This is going to be interesting.
I'm becoming somewhat of an expert on Proctor. You could call me a proctorologist.
Better than being a gynecologist.
Mm. All right, awkward pause. Moving right along. So, thoughts?
Well, I mean, look, let's face it. Both. Well, no, we have cricket sound effects. I just wasn't quick enough on the uptake.
Yeah, me too. I was like scrolling back to my cricket sound effect page, but never mind. It's not worth it anymore.
No, I'm just going to go with the.
That's all.
Retard.
No, that was live testimony of Proctor talking about Karen Reed.
I don't feel bad playing any of my sound effects now because I know that both of us have been demonetized thanks to Proctor and those texts.
Dude,
I cannot believe some of the shit that he thought was okay.
Well, see, I mean, it's this everyone. Oh, you know, it was unprofessional. It was regrettable. It's not regrettable if you do it time and time again to a group of your friends, to your sister, to your wife, to your superiors.
I genuinely believe he regrets it because he got caught and because it's been made public. That's the only reason that he can sit on the stand and legitimately say, oh, I believe that it's regrettable because now I'm sitting here shitting myself on the stand because all of this is coming out in the open. And you know what's really fucking frustrating about it too? Is this is the shit that gives like feminists ammunition to say that the boys will be boys shit has to go out the window. Because these guys are the ones that take it to the nth degree, that do some foul shit, think it's going to be behind closed doors, and when it gets exposed, this is the crap that, you know, means that we can't have nice stuff. So honestly, it's disgusting, and I would happily play pool with his cue ball head.
Yeah, I mean, you could write it off as just him being an asshole, but the fact that some of these text messages went to his direct report superior, Buchanan, and a lieutenant above both of them. This is an institutional problem. This is acceptable on an institutional level.
This is we had something of a similar situation because I mean, you know, I can't say too much without getting myself into a bit of strife here because the last thing I need is for the Victorian police to be knocking on my door tomorrow morning. But in the last few decades,
Aiden, get off the babysitter. Come out. You know, no, you haven't. That's risky business.
Oh,
the old Tom Cruise movie. We know you're in there. Get off the babysitter.
Sleep. Get off the babysitter. I mean, institutional corruption is a big thing, and it's problematic. And even, you know, 20, 30 odd years later, after this royal commissions and all that kind of crap into police corruption, it's still not 100% rooted out. So I can only imagine what it's like in a town like this.
Yeah, it's not that this hasn't been rooted out in this town. It's that it's supported by the superiors. Who's going to do the rooting out? If at least lieutenant level is in on it and supporting it and not correcting it. I said
even if one of them had done the obligatory, that's not appropriate. Move on.
All it took was one person in chat to go, dude, that's messed up.
But no one wanted to be no one had the balls of steel, didn't you? Why the hell did I just do that? I have a damn sound effect for that.
Yeah. Well, it wasn't even having balls of steel. Nobody thought to have balls of steel and call them out on it. They're all in on it.
No, because it was the pack mentality of, let's see how far we can push the envelope and still be part of the boys. And it's just, this is why sometimes men need to man up and be the ones to call out the bullshit.
Well, and like I mentioned earlier, I've already heard rumors that lawyers who've had their clients investigated and convicted as a result of Proctor's investigation have already started preparing to file paperwork to have their cases reviewed, and rightfully so.
Yeah.
Well, let's take this time here. See if we got it. I'm not sure where we are on these super chats. Hint, hint, wink, wink, nudge, nudge. No, we're all caught up on the super chats, but we are on our way to the double shot of absinthe. We've got quite a ways to get there, but just saying. But on our bingo card, you have try it again. You have all had an opportunity to generate your bingo card. So let's go through our bingo card and see where we are. You should obviously have the free space marked. Mm-hmm. The places that we've already got marked off so far on our bingo cards, which are generated, the link up there that's pinned to the top of the chat saying generate your bingo card, marks on O'Keefe, that was discussed. Mm-hmm. Lawyer calls for sidebar. Mm-hmm. Judge calls for sidebar. Mm-hmm. Broken tail light. Mm-hmm. First responder. Mm-hmm. Doggo cam. Oh, it's the doggos left, but it seems the doggos have come back since then. So we'll bring that up here again in a second. First responder doggo cam. Judge Mike sigh. The judge sighed into the mic repeatedly already today.
She sighed within 30 seconds. Yep.
Yeah. She sighed before it even started. Heavy Boston accent. I've decided I've had enough of Proctor, and if you watch yesterday and if you watch today, he starts out like pronouncing his R's and not having the heavy Boston accent, and then he descends into his Boston
it. He gets
accent.
Lazy. Yeah, that's how you know that this cop has a court voice. There is so certain officers, when they're in court, they will portray themselves in a certain way because they think it looks better and represents better to the court and to the jury. And as long trials go on, that mask slips. You can tell the ones that are doing it. So
I mean, I've been back here in Korea for what now? So Monday, Tuesday, went three days, and I'm just starting to get rid of my hometown accent. It takes me about 20 minutes to slip into my Utah accent when I get there. You know, you start talking like the locals. Ignorant becomes ignorant. You know, you just kind of drop your vowels. And you transpose some vowels. A's and O's are transposed a lot. Like you're born in a born. You're not born in a barn. You know, American Fark is a good old city there. American Fark. We got Spanish Fark, but it takes a while to un-Utah myself, and that's kind of what he's doing here. It takes him a while to slip back into his Boston accent. And of course, we also have Ceiling Dion, which was given me bingo. I got bingo off of Ceiling Dion. And if you get bingo, keep it going. Let's see if we can get a double bingo or a triple bingo or a 4 squares or a T or, God forbid, a full blackout. Just keep the bingo card going.
I need forced to admit a lie, witness rephrase, and Darth Vader mic breathing. Any one of those three will give me a bingo on various axes.
We've come close to getting him to admit to a lie a few times here, but he just hasn't admitted to it. He's come close.
I don't think he's got. I don't think that he has the self-awareness to admit when he's caught in a lie. He just can't, follow through to say, yeah, I fucked up. This is, an obvious lie. Is basically it.
There, Strawberry's joined the occasion. She's joined the discussion. Oh, she's got her chew toy resting across her paw.
Oh. Pretty little thing.
Right. What do we got here? This is where it was. Sonia or Chris again with some more super chats with a $5 super chat. Which this makes us like, I think, now you move. You've been laying there forever. You know you're being talked about, don't you? All right. Bye, dog. Bad part is it's not a town. It's an investigative unit in the state police. You are correct. I've been saying this is indicative of the Canton Police Department are not involved in this. Mostly because they're all fucking Alberts. Apparently the Canton Police is made up of Alberts. But this is the state police. Because the Canton police had to recuse themselves because they're all fucking Alberts or fucking Alberts. So they had to recuse themselves from this. So you are correct. I stand corrected, Sonia Chris. This is the state police. And Sebastian Mueller says this gives the disband the police crowd more ammo. It does not help. It most certainly does not help the situation at all. Strawberry, why are you like right up in the camera's grill so I can't turn it on, you dumbass? All right, we got over 600 people here now. We got 609 people, 489 likes. Everybody, do me a favor. We need 111 of you just to get down there and smash that like button. Let's get us up over 600 likes. It costs you nothing, and it literally takes 0 time. And 600 seems to be kind of reportedly that number that YouTube looks for to start putting things out on the front page and letting people know there's some interesting, fun stuff happening over here. And hit the like button. Not only do that, hit the subscribe button as well. I'm just, as I like to say, which is one of my favorite phrases I picked up from my old Aussie friend, a bee's dick away from 77,000 subscribers. We were like 140 away last time I checked.
Come on, people. We're not here to fuck spiders. He needs to get those subs up.
That's one thing that it's going to be difficult for me to pick up. I like it, but it requires too much explanation to the listener. That's a conversation stopper where people go, "What?" You can figure out what a bee's dick means. I'm a bee's dick away. We're 138 subscribers away from 77,000. So please, I know there's got to be a few of you that haven't subscribed. Do me the favor to get down there and hit that subscribe button. And as always, if I take a long vacation, 2-week vacation, YouTube starts to go through he's not streaming anymore, so people aren't paying attention, and we're bleeding subscribers. So we got to keep our head above water. So if you have subscribed, just double check and make sure you're still subscribed. And also take the opportunity to open a separate window. Don't leave us. Open up a separate window and go over to Aussie Overlord and subscribe to him and sign up for all of his notifications. Where can we find Aussie Overlord?
Aussie Overlord can be found on YouTube, X, Rumble. And I also do have a Discord. And people, you're going to want to keep an eye out, because coming up, I will be doing an episode on an individual in Missouri who has been on death row for 40 years. He has just had his execution date set, despite the fact that the defense and the prosecutors say that he is innocent. However, the governor has said that the time to decide whether or not he is factually innocent has passed and is refusing to pardon him. So we're going to be doing a deep dive into that.
All right, Aussie Overlord. Get over and sign up for the notifications so you can get the notifications for the Karen Reed catch-up streams that he does every evening U.S. time.
There is that too.
All right, we've got a couple more super chats that have come in. Let's see, where are we at here? Saddle up, Vicky Sue. Saddle up, Vicky Sue says Lexington, Kentucky here. Hence, saddle up. Vacation here next. Oh, that'd be. Oh. I do want to do the Bourbon Trail. The Bourbon Trail is a bucket list item. I want to do just go to all the distilleries throughout Kentucky and Tennessee. The Bourbon Trail is a bucket list item. Wonderful distillery tours, limo drivers here, because after all the shots, you'll need a driver. Yeah, I think next year is probably going to be Scotland for me to just like spend a week touring distilleries, and then spend a week. Hopefully, some of my family will join me over there. And hopefully Aussie Overlord will join us there for a distillery tour as well. That's what's going on in my little squirrel brain right now. And Tourette's Majestic. What's up, Tourette's Majestic? How you doing? Member for 10 months. Thank you so much for being an awesome supporter for 10 months. It's 1 a.m. and I have a school spelling bee. Oh, God help you. Gotta ask, does the Tourette's interfere with the spelling bee at all? Do you make the spelling bee at least entertaining? Spelling bee to run in the morning, yet I'm too horrified to stop watching this shit show. But I don't know. It seems like Tourette's would make the spelling bee interesting, at least.
Oh, absolutely.
Love you, Tourette's. Thank you so much for the support, and God help you during the spelling bee. Well, now I will. I had, and no, she's not joking. I've probably cursed her now, because I had two friends with Tourette's when I was in law school. They weren't law students. They were like part of the church congregation I was at, and that was one thing they said is like they both explained that like sort of Tourette's just isn't you just randomly shout things. It's like your brain tells you don't say this, don't say this, don't say this, and somehow you psych yourself into saying it. So it's like the more
like
more
me
you
when we went to
try.
Circle K.
Yeah. The more you try not to have a tick, the more you focus on not having the tick triggers that particular tick. So I apologize. I may, at least that's what they told me. I have zero direct knowledge, but that's what they've said. So I'm sorry if I've cursed you. Pretty accurate. Okay, good. They weren't lying to me. Anywho, sorry about that little divergence there. Yeah, that's where we stand. And let's check in our poll. Everybody likes my poll. So let's whilst I'm checking on the poll, make sure you get down there and hit that subscribe button. Where is my poll? Oh, here it is. No, just kidding. All right, here's the poll. Like, subscribe, and vote. Did Trooper Proctor ruin this case? Did Trooper Proctor ruin this case? No, it was ruined long ago, said 37% of you. 31% of you say no, but he put a very large nail in the coffin. 29% of you said yes, I blame him. Hashtag justice for John. And 3% of you say nope, she's still going down. There are a few hardcore, die-hard, she's guilty stuff going on here. So I don't know. I'd just like 3% of you accidentally misclicked, but hey, we're all entitled to our opinion. Just for once, the defendant being not guilty is a ridiculously high percentage in this case.
Yeah.
A frighteningly low number of people are saying she's guilty. Which is
look, as we've said, if Lauren Cuck is saying not guilty of all things, that's a pretty big flag on the play, just to say, yeah, I think we know the way this is supposed to go. If she's still found guilty, because let's face it, we've had cases in the past where we were positive that it'd go one way. What do we do?
Yeah. Well, Tourette's Majestic says, going to be up on stage going, don't say perjury, don't say perjury, don't say perjury. Well, it's better than saying don't say balloon knot. It could be worse. Whatever you do, don't say that. Just saying. No, see, I said this yesterday, and I stand by it. In more than 2 years of doing this YouTube stuff, Trooper Proctor's testimony is the worst testimony I have ever seen. I mean, we had Taylor Schabusiness testimony that testified to horrific things. I said that was the worst police report I've ever read in my life. But that was one incident, and it was so horrific. It was funny in a way, but this is genuinely like horrifying. This is a horror show. I mean, not only are his texts themselves horrific in nature, but it's the institutional factor that this goes all the way up to at least several levels of the state police, which makes what he says and the acceptance of it the worst testimony I've heard in more than 2 years.
Yeah, because it's like you can have the whole. You can have it so that things are not quite right with an individual, and you see. I mean, okay, we're gonna have to compare apples and oranges. Which would you say is a worse set of circumstances, this or Brooks?
Oh God, I'd take Brooks 10 out of 10. That's one jackass who was clearly going down from the beginning. There was no question he was going down. He was guilty. He was just being a jackass in court. I'll take a jackass in court over a genuinely evil person any day of the week.
Yeah.
And I'm not. Well, I'm not saying that Brooks wasn't an evil person for doing what he did, but this is an evil cop.
Yeah,
that makes it much worse to me. And I mean, up to this point, my worst testimony was Amber Heard's testimony about being SA'd she didn't know whether or not the bottle of Maker's Mark that she was allegedly being SA'd with was broken. Trust me, you would know if this bottle was shattered and being shoved into you. But previously that was the word. But this is much, much worse to me. And again, the thing that I've been mentioning the past few days, this is not former Trooper Proctor.
No, he's still on the he's still on the payroll. He's still out there. He's still being a dick to everyday people.
He's not been reprimanded. He's faced zero repercussions that we know of. His actions, his words, his behavior is still being condoned by the Massachusetts State Police. Yes, and we don't know how many others he's done this to, Catherine, exactly, which is why every lawyer who's ever had a case with him involved in it should be filing papers, should be filing motions to have their case re-examined. That's what happens when cops get or when cops get pulled out for improper behavior, or judges get caught doing something wrong. It casts aspersions and shadows on every case they've been involved in.
Okay. Proctor versus Granville. Who's worse?
I've been saying that's the one you've probably all been seeing going around Twitter and YouTube. The Fulton County, Georgia judge that's doing the YSL thug trial that arrested the lawyer for talking about a very secret meeting that the defense lawyer was not invited to in the judge's chamber. The judge has doubled down.
It's after midnight. I can mark myself safe for another day.
Yeah.
For not being held in contempt.
Yeah. The judge in that case, not only did he hold a secret meeting with a sworn witness, the witness had already been sworn in. The judge had a secret conversation in his chambers without the defense lawyer being present.
Or notified of it taking place.
Yeah, the prosecution was there, but the defense lawyer wasn't told about it and wasn't there, but somehow he found out about it. The judge demanded that he reveal who ratted him out. Who is the mole in my office? Tell me who the mole is. And he refused. He said, no, I'm not going to. So they nailed him with contempt and threw him in the hoosgow for a bit, but the contempt charges have apparently been withdrawn, and he's no longer in contempt. I think the judge saw that was weird, but the judge has doubled down. He has sent an order to show cause to every single person that was in that secret meeting. And he has ordered them to appear before him and explain, and to show cause, to give him a reason why they should not be thrown in jail for contempt. Have you seen that order, Hayden?
Yeah, I saw the show cause, but more to the point. Wait, the contempt was removed? The last thing I saw was there was a 19-page motion to the appellate court as to why for him to have bond. Oh, we're back.
Nope, there we go. I thought it was removed, but he's
it may well have been. That was the last thing I was just
summoned everybody that was in that meeting to appear and to give a reason why they should not be thrown, but held in contempt and thrown in the hoosgow for leaking the information that was discussed at this private meeting. And he's also said, if you don't show up and show cause why you shouldn't be charged with contempt, I will charge you with contempt. So he's double, if not tripling down. That's a bad judge. But he's also, which I found out on Potentially Criminal stream this morning, he's a brigadier general.
Mm-hmm.
So I think that plays into it. A brigadier general is not used to being told no by anybody. There's like 3 people and the president of the United States that can tell him no as a brigadier general. He's not used to it, and I think that's gone to his head. But this prosecution is still worse. I mean, this witness is still worse. Why are we not up here? Because it's muted. That's why. All right.
2-3 miles.
How about from the McCabe residence? And again, don't give me any addresses.
Maybe a mile.
You know, given the fact that you grew up in Canton, that it's about a mile walk through some woods to get to Canton High School from 34th Avenue, correct?
Yes.
Did you have any Canton police officers canvass the area around the high school, or filling stations around the high school, gas stations around the high school, for video surveillance footage?
No.
Did you have any conversations with anybody from Canton about video surveillance concerning the high school and or surrounding gas stations?
Yes.
Who is that?
It was Officer Galanis.
Can you turn to tab 9, please? First, let me ask you if you recognize these texts with any individual.
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize those texts?
That was a text communication between Officer Galanis and myself.
Taking a look at those text communications, do you see the inclusive dates of those on the face sheet
Yes,
document?
I do.
What are those inclusive dates?
First message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 1:02 p.m. Last message sent, date and time, February 18th, 2022, 2:05 p.m.
These are texts on a single day, correct?
That's correct.
If you would look at page 26, 23.
I meant 3 levels. 3 levels of people that can tell him no, not 3 people that can tell him no. Sorry.
Your Honor,
2-star,
may I publish?
3-star, and the. Do we have any
Is there any
living
objection?
4-star general
Same one, but
and the president?
I'll let you publish it.
I meant levels.
Thank you. Yes, you can. In this text, you're asking a member of the Canton Police Department to look around the surrounding area of 34 Fairview Road for camera equipment, correct?
I was asking if they had any knowledge of cameras in the area.
Okay. And of course, that was to an officer who was employed by which department?
Canton Police Department.
Which you knew at the time that you asked for assistance in February of 2022 had been recused from the case, correct?
Correct.
And should have no investigative involvement in the case, correct?
I did not request for them to pull video. I just simply asked, what are some good cameras in the area?
Which is an assistance for you in your investigation, correct?
Yep.
They have more knowledge in the area as far
Say
as
yes, dumbass.
useful cameras. So yes, I reached out regarding cameras in the area.
Or assistance from Canton PD officers, correct?
Yes.
Whom you knew to be recused.
Yes.
Yes. You specifically asked Officer Galanis whether, quote, the
Correct.
high school had cameras facing the street, correct?
Correct.
And Officer Galanis writes back, the Canton Mutual gas station has unreal cameras. That's how I picked up that kid, and it had him walking into the woods by the new street Larkin Court, correct?
Correct.
You responded, good to know, I'll add that to the list, correct?
Yes.
Did any of the reports you turned over in discovery ever mention the Canton Mutual gas station cameras or the cameras from Canton High School?
No, because we did not retrieve any video from those locations.
And you didn't mention in your report that you even sought the footage from those locations, correct?
I don't believe so.
You did say that you would add it to the quote list, is that right?
Yes.
And you're aware, obviously, as one of your responsibilities to maintain and keep your handwritten notes from all communications, all investigative activities involved in the case, correct?
Yes.
And you have no notes on this conversation, correct?
Correct.
As the lead investigator, Trooper Proctor, you are responsible ultimately for deciding which witnesses will be interviewed and which witnesses will not be interviewed, correct?
Like I mentioned yesterday or Monday, it's a collaborative effort within the office. So we bounce ideas off each other as far as what witnesses need to be interviewed, et cetera. So it's more of a group effort, a group decision.
But as the case officer, you make some of the final decisions on who's going to be investigated, who's going to be interviewed, things of that nature, right?
Facilitate certain areas, yes.
I want to talk about some of the witnesses that you interviewed in the days and weeks immediately following Mr. O'Keefe's death. You interviewed Brian Albert, correct?
Correct.
Nicole Albert, yes?
Yes.
Chris Albert,
Yes.
Julie Albert,
Yes.
Jennifer McCabe,
Yes.
her husband Matt McCabe.
Correct.
All those individuals are related in one way or another, either through marriage or otherwise, to each other, correct?
Yes, that's my understanding.
And you also interviewed Brian Higgins, is that right?
Yes.
I want to talk for a second about the individuals that you did not immediately choose to interview. Julie Nagel wasn't interviewed until October 2022, correct?
Correct.
That's 7 months after the incident, right?
Correct.
Sarah Levinson was not interviewed until October of 2022, also 7 months later, correct?
Correct.
Colin Albert was interviewed July 6th, 2023, correct?
Yes.
That's 16 months after the incident. Is that right?
Correct.
Brian Albert Jr., July 6th, 2023, right?
Yes, sir.
Ali McCabe, August of 2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's 18 months after the incident, correct?
Correct.
Heather Maxson, she was not interviewed until September 21st, 2023, 17 months later, correct?
Correct.
All right, that's actually, my math is off. That's about 18 months later. Is that right?
Correct.
Richard D'Antano, September 2nd, 2023. Is that right?
Yes.
So you waited more than 18 months to interview him as well. Is that right?
Yes.
And then Brian Loughran, snowplow driver, August 2023, 17 months after the incident. Correct?
Correct.
I want to talk for a second about this last individual, Brian Loughran. He also goes by the name Lucky. Is that right?
Yes.
Lucky Loughran. You testified under oath on April 21st, 2022 in the state court grand jury proceeding that no snowplow traveled down Fairview Road on January 29th, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, that's just a no plow.
Why did you say that, Trooper Proctor?
That was based off interviews with Mr. Trotter, that the plows weren't out until they met up at 2:30. And then it was my understanding they were focusing on the main roadways.
You're aware that Michael Trotter testified in this case?
Okay.
Were you aware or not?
No.
Okay. You did, in fact, interview Michael Trotter, did you not?
Yes.
And isn't it true that Michael Trotter told you that, in fact, Brian Loughran was plowing 34 Fairview that morning?
Objection.
Is that what he told you?
I don't recall that statement from him.
Michael Trotter testified that that's what he told you. Do you have any quarrel with that?
Objection.
That's the statement.
In reality, Trooper Proctor, you did not want to speak to anybody in the weeks and months following this incident who didn't fit your narrative, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that true?
That's simply not true. Absolutely not.
Certainly, you didn't want to talk to anybody who could say that there was no body on the lawn at 2:30 in the morning. Is that right?
No, it's not true.
Are you aware that Lucky Loughran, in fact, did report that there was nobody on
Objection,
the
Your
lawn
Honor.
at 2:30?
So the objection sustained, I'm going to strike.
Did you include anything in your investigative report throughout the entire time you've been in charge of this investigation about Lucky Loughran and his observations?
Not until Sergeant Mechanic and I interviewed him.
And that was when?
I can't recall the exact date.
And that was after the defense brought him to your attention, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Not true?
Correct.
Are you still the case agent in charge of this case?
Yes.
As the lead investigator and the case agent, you're aware it's also your responsibility and your obligation to investigate all potential individuals, right? All potential suspects.
Yes.
You're obligated to investigate anybody who would have a motive, a means, and an opportunity to commit the crime or the offense, correct?
Correct.
Motive includes anything from financial gain to just be revenge, right?
Yes.
Could be a lover's quarrel, correct?
Yes.
Or it could be someone who's interested in someone romantically, correct?
Could be an argument inside of a vehicle.
Answer the question.
Sorry, I didn't hear that. Could you, what
I
was
didn't
your
hear
answer?
it.
So, or it could be an argument contained inside a vehicle as well.
Yeah, which is the conclusion you jumped to 17 hours into your investigation, right?
Objection.
Is that right?
It's something, evidence we have contained within cell phones reiterates that fact.
When you decided that you were going to make sure that the girl, I think that's what you called her, the girl was going to have serious charges brought against her 17 hours into your investigation, you didn't have any evidence whatsoever that there was an argument inside the vehicle, did you?
To go towards intent? No. But as far as the physical evidence goes, we have compelling evidence indicating
What?
Miss Reed struck Mr. O'Keefe with her vehicle.
No, that wasn't the
So you just
question.
did this
Mr. Jackson, I just have to keep your voice up.
That wasn't the question. The question, did you
That's
have any
wrong.
evidence
Go
of an
ahead.
argument in a
You just
vehicle?
did this piecemeal. So when you decided that the girl, Ms. Reed, was going to get serious charges against her, didn't have any indication of any intent, you just decided, oh, okay, I'm just going to go with the physical evidence today. I'll figure out intent later. I'll figure out motive later, right?
Yes.
Motive, means, and opportunity. We've talked a little bit about motive. What about means? The physical ability to commit the crime, right? That's obviously important.
Yes.
And the opportunity. It's a physical proximity to the incident, correct? Or the
Correct.
physical ability to commit the crime, correct?
Correct.
Did you investigate all potential suspects who would have had the motive, means, and opportunity to kill John O'Keefe?
Yes. And that
Liar.
motive, means factored in with the physical evidence pointed directly at Miss Reed. No one else had any motive. Mr. O'Keefe never went inside Fairview Road.
And you got all
How do
that,
you know
of course, from the Alberts and the McKays, right?
Yes.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
He already answered it. You're not getting that one.
Let's talk about Brian Higgins for a second. You know that name?
I do, sir.
You personally interviewed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Sergeant Mechanic and I did, yes.
You keep adding other people into the interviews. I'm asking what you did, not what you and somebody else did. Did you personally interview Brian Higgins?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, I did.
He's a fellow law enforcement officer, and you knew that, right?
Yes.
He was a colleague of yours, correct?
He worked in a different agency, yes.
You waited until February 10th to conduct a pre-scheduled interview with Mr. Higgins, didn't you?
Yes.
And you interviewed him in the presence of his attorney, correct?
Correct.
He told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed.
He did.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, he told you that he was engaged in a flirtatious relationship with Miss Reed over text messages, but on at least one occasion that resulted in a kiss, correct?
Yes.
And then he also told you that he had taken the liberty to extract certain conversations from his own cell phone, right?
Correct.
And he brought you a hard copy of those text messages, right?
He did.
And you knew that those text messages were messages that he curated to give to you, right?
Yes.
He's the one that made the determination of what was important, what was not important to give to you, his interviewer, right?
Objection.
Was that your understanding, Trooper?
It was my understanding Mr. Higgins was being very forthcoming by providing those messages. It's not uncommon for witnesses to take screenshots or send us emails or send us text messages. So he just had a different means of producing text messages.
Well, you were actually asked that question in a different proceeding, under different questioning. And you were asked whether or not in your career as a law enforcement officer, has any person or witness ever brought a self-extraction of text messages to an in-person interview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Correct.
And
Most
your answer was,
civil-
Shut
your
up.
answer was, Trooper Proctor, you had never experienced that in the history of your career, correct?
correct.
So you became aware pretty early on that Mr. Higgins at least had a motive to want to visit harm on John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Allow it. Yeah.
No, absolutely not.
Well, you knew he had this flirtatious relationship with Karen Reed. Is that right?
Yes.
You became aware that he ignored, you saw the text messages. You became aware that Karen Reed actually ignored text messages from Mr. Higgins while at the Waterfall Bar and Grill with John O'Keefe, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes.
And you were aware that at 12:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe, coaxing him to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll see you at Sidebar on this.
Okay, he sent the text message saying something along the lines of "Where are you at? Are you coming?" Something like that.
Yeah, with three question marks. Yep.
Yeah, I would guess they're going to be arguing about the word coaxing him there. I don't know what they're talking about a sidebar if it's not the use of the word coaxing. Can he make it seem like it was enticing him there? I don't know.
It matters at this point. I mean,
it's not good.
no,
It's not good no matter how you look at it.
no, he's done himself no favors whatsoever. And the fact that he's outwardly said that he had the horse blinders on from within 16 hours of this case coming across his desk, that, I mean, those text messages, no, she's fucked. Like,
Yeah,
God, I
and,
hope they hammer that in closing. I really do.
and nope, because the homeowner's a Boston police officer too. You know, he's a Boston cop too. Gah. But he should have been investigated. For
You are unmuted.
Absolutely.
the Albert should have been questioned intensively.
May I inquire?
How long would a
Thank you.
cop usually take on an
You're
investigation
aware
like this?
that
I would hope more than 16
at
hours.
2:20 a.m., Brian Higgins sent a text message to John O'Keefe prompting him to go to 34 Fairview, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that one. Go ahead.
I don't recall that text.
Do you recall a text from Brian Higgins to John O'Keefe after they left Waterfall? Where are you at?
I don't recall that one either.
How many texts did he send?
Game one.
You also recognized that Brian Higgins certainly had the means to commit the crime, correct?
No, I don't.
He's a big guy. Certainly had the physical ability to
Big
into
guy,
a physical
ATF
altercation with
agent,
John
and you're
O'Keefe,
seriously
correct?
telling me you didn't have the
Objection.
means to
I'll
kill
allow
him.
that.
Just because he's a big guy doesn't have the means or the motive to hurt Mr. O'Keefe.
I wouldn't ask
They
you
were
about
friends.
I wasn't asking about motive. I'm asking about means. Could he do it? Could he throw a punch? Knock a guy down, knock a guy out?
Does a former
can't speak
military
to his,
police officer have the
fighting
ability to
ability, sir.
Well,
fight?
you've met him, right?
That one interview, yes.
Yeah, he's huge. Do you agree?
Objection.
Sustained.
He's a big dude, right?
Yeah, he's a big guy.
Bigger than me, right?
Yeah.
Bigger than you.
Yep.
You knew that he was former military
I did, yes.
and is a trained ATF agent, federal agent, right?
Yes.
And you were in possession of video surveillance from the Waterfall Bar and Grill, correct?
Yes.
And literally in the minutes before John O'Keefe's death, you saw video surveillance of Brian Higgins and Brian Albert taking fighting stances with one another, correct?
That's why they were harping
I
on about
interpreted
that so
that as
much.
horsing around.
I didn't ask you how you interpreted it, Trooper Proctor. I asked you if you saw it.
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you see it or not?
I did.
And what you saw was these guys taking fighting stances, correct?
Objection.
Is that what you saw?
Playful fighting stances.
That's your interpretation. They were fighting stances.
But you waited until February 10th to interview him, correct?
Yes.
And you decided not to image his phone. Is that right?
Correct.
You didn't ask for consent to search his phone or to take his phone, correct?
No.
You didn't seek a search warrant to get his phone. Is that right?
No, sir.
Did you know that on January 29th at 2:22 a.m., there was a call between him and Brian Albert that morning?
I was not aware of that.
Might have been
If you'd
important
done
to
your
the
job, you might have
investigation, don't you think?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Depends what that. I don't know what the call was
I'm
about.
sorry, finish that.
I don't know what the call was about.
Why
I don't
don't
know
you
if they
know what
actually
the
connected
call
and
was about?
communicated what the length of the call was. So
Why don't you
Right.
know that,
And you never asked, did you?
fucker?
I was unaware that call took place.
And you
Why were you unaware?
unaware that that call took place? Because you didn't get his phone, Trooper Proctor, right?
Typically, we don't get witnesses' phones, sir.
You were unaware of that call at that time because you didn't see his phone, correct?
Objection.
Overruled.
Correct.
Right. The medical examiner notified you on April 28th, 2022, that the manner of death, in her words, could not be determined. Is that right?
Yes.
She would not rule, at least in terms of the manner of death, would not rule this a homicide. Is that right?
That's correct.
And you agree that that's obviously a pretty significant finding.
Objection.
Allow it.
Her finding doesn't alter how we conduct our investigation, whether if it's undetermined or ruled a homicide. We're still going to continue to investigate one way, regardless of her determination.
And yet you didn't.
You obviously were not pleased with that. You were not pleased with that determination, right?
It didn't matter one way or the other because, like I said, we continue on with the investigation.
On April 28th, that same day, you received a text message from Trooper DeChico, correct?
Yes.
You turn to tab 11, please.
What's the ID number?
This is 2618. I'm sorry, tab 11
Triple
is
F.
GGG, triple G is in golf.
GG. Some of you are mentioning that she's learning the word of, overruled and sustained. I said sustained and sustained in favor of the defense. She does not like Proctor. She clearly does not like Proctor.
Yes.
Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
I do, sir.
You turn to page 2618. Do you see a text message received from Trooper DeChico with a photograph of the autopsy report?
Yes.
And that autopsy report indicates undetermined. Is that right?
For manner, yes.
In response, you wrote a text message to DeChico, correct?
I did.
What was your response?
Of course, it's undetermined.
Because they took actions
what
to
else
make
did you
sure
write?
they couldn't tell it was a murder.
She was a whack job.
Of course, it's undetermined. She was a whack job, right? Those are your two responses, right?
Yes.
You were talking about Dr. Scortibello, the female medical examiner who came to the determination that this was undetermined in terms of the manner of death, correct?
I'm not sure who I'm referencing as far as she was a whack job, but of course it's undetermined is a sarcastic response from me.
Have a moment, Your Honor.
Sure.
Yes, it
The
was
reason you
obviously about the
referred
medical
to-
examiner.
Dr. Scortibello as a whack job is because the cut and dry case that you had hoped for wasn't really going your way, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
When you referred to she's a whack job, were you referring to Dr. Scortibello?
I don't recall.
Were you displeased with the undetermined finding instead of a homicide finding because that was an obstacle in your investigation?
Objection.
You can break that down.
Were you displeased about the undetermined finding?
No.
Would you have rather had
You
a
liar.
determined finding that it was a homicide?
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter to my office. We still investigate the same exact way if it's ruled determined, undetermined, or homicide.
Well, then why would you say, of course it's undetermined? She was a whack job, sarcastically.
A sarcastic remark I made to Trooper DeChico.
Right, which sort of suggests displeasure rather than the reverse, correct?
Objection.
And livid pigeon, you are correct. He
You'd
did
agree that it's
said he was
extremely
talking about
unusual
Karen
for the
on
manner
direct
of death
examination.
to be determined, to be undetermined in a homicide investigation you've worked on, correct?
Objection.
Sustain.
How many murder cases in the history of your career have you worked on in which the medical examiner made the determination that the manner of death could not be determined?
Objection.
I'm going to allow that.
I wouldn't feel comfortable putting a number on it. It's not a lot. I couldn't ballpark it for you, but I know it's not a lot.
Well, Trooper Proctor, you were asked this exact question in February of 2024 at another proceeding.
Mm-hmm.
And you indicated that you had never seen it in your entire career, correct?
I'm trying to run it.
Well, you were asked the question, so first, what do you mean by, of course it's undetermined? And your answer was, I said it at the time, it was kind of like, not like figuratively, of course, it's an of course, like I had never really seen that before in a homicide, end quote. Correct?
Yes.
Your statement in February of 2024, under oath, was you'd literally never seen that in any homicide you've ever worked, right?
Yes.
After she reached that conclusion, you discussed this with one of your colleagues about how you tried to put pressure on her to change her or alter her opinion, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Is that what
right?
you did?
Pressure? Absolutely not.
Let's turn to tab 12.
Yeah. I bet he's got something on tab 12.
What's this for identification?
This one, I'm just checking. This is HHH as in hotel. Your Honor, for this one, may I publish?
Publish it. Show us. Show
So
us.
I've got them mismarked. What's the bottom? What's the base?
Sure, it's
stamp number?
2632.
Bama Girl dropping the $10. Thank you so much, Bama Girl. Thank you so very much.
Why don't you come to sidebar for
I'm
a minute,
sorry.
please?
The face page is 2628. Maybe that helps.
Okay.
Come to Sidebar.
Within that packet, we'll turn to 2632.
Okay. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. To begin with, Trooper Proctor, do you recognize the face page of that series of text messages in tab 12?
Yes.
Is that the text messages between you and Trooper DeChico, one of your colleagues?
It is, yes.
Turn to page 2632, if you wouldn't mind. Tell me when you're ready.
Go ahead, sir.
Trooper DeChico texted you, rookie move, not going into a meeting with the ME and getting that homicide determination, correct?
Yes.
How did you interpret that? Rookie move, not getting that homicide determination.
Knowing Trooper DeChico, it's him busting my chops and joking with me.
Because you see it as your job, you and Trooper DeChico, to go in and get the homicide determination. That's your job, right?
Not at all, sir.
You're
Really?
not
Then what
looking
about the
so
next
much for
text
her
message?
opinion as looking to give her your opinion, right?
Absolutely not.
You responded, Yuri and I, who's Yuri?
Sergeant Mechanic.
Yuri and I had 2 conference calls with her, sent her numerous photos, etc. We laid out the entire case for her. That was your response, correct?
Yes.
You were explaining how much effort you went to try to get her to change your opinion to homicide, right?
Objection.
Mhm.
No, not at all.
DeChico then responds, not good enough. Should have had me and Jeff do it,
Yeah.
right?
Should have had me do it.
Yes, that was his response.
busting your chops that you didn't meet the standard of getting her to change her mind to make it a homicide, right? That's what he was busting your chops about.
We wouldn't never try to change the mind of a medical examiner. The doctor who conducts the autopsy often has questions. They want to know the facts, kind of what had transpired leading up to a victim's death. It happens not only in homicides, but the unattended deaths we also attend to. Suicide,
But what about your
overdose.
next
So it's common
text?
to have these conversations with
That
doctors.
was, if you guys had done it, it would have been
In
natural
response
causes.
to getting the information that she made the determination and held on to it, that this was undetermined, your answer was, of course it's undetermined. She was just a whack job, right?
With sarcasm.
Oh, yeah, sarcasm.
Ultimately, did the doctor change her opinion?
No.
But the determination of the medical examiner, that didn't matter to you, right? Because you had already decided you were going to charge Miss Reed with murder anyway.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, the determination did not matter as we continued on with the investigation.
Notwithstanding
Oh, for
the
God's
medical
sakes.
findings in the case, correct? That it was not determined to be a homicide, right?
Considering the manner, but
And that's because even though in the words of the prior group chat that this whole thing stinks, you were going to make it cut and dry by putting it on the girl, putting serious charges on the girl, notwithstanding what the medical examiner said, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
Damn it, Jackson.
You were actually asked this question, whether or not it would have an impact on your decision, notwithstanding what the medical examiner's decision was, correct? Your decision to charge her. Is that right?
yes.
On February 1st, 2024, you were asked, so what you're telling this grand jury today, and you expect this grand jury to believe that you didn't care whether the medical examiner came back with a homicide determination? It doesn't matter to you? And your answer, quote, no, because either way, Ms. Reed was going to be charged. Right?
Because she was
Correct.
fucked.
Mhm.
That's how you make a case cut and dry, isn't it?
Objection.
Sustained.
A little argumentative, but the jury heard the question.
In other words, Trooper Proctor, to hell with the medical evidence, Karen Reed was going to be charged because that's what you had decided to do, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Argumentative, but again, the jury heard the question.
I want to change gears for a second and ask you about some electronic data, specifically as it pertains to Jennifer McCabe. You're aware that Jennifer McCabe deleted texts and calls from her phone before she turned it over to you?
Objection.
I'll allow that. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that.
Are you aware that
Didn't
there were
she ask
texts
your
and calls
permission?
missing from her phone before having that phone turned over to you?
I'm not aware of that.
Did you look at the extraction report, the Sallyport extraction report from her phone?
I have, yes.
And you didn't see the columns marked deleted, 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 deleted?
No, not that area, no.
No, I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Not that area.
Not that area.
Why did you not
meaning-
read the
No.
report in full?
What does that mean? I don't know what you mean by not that area.
I went through the Sallyport report, but clearly I
Didn't read the whole fucking
didn't
thing.
review that tab.
Yeah.
So as you sit here, you're unaware of whether or not multiple texts
Evidence
and
was
multiple
deleted?
phone calls were deleted from her phone that you have in your possession?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yeah, I'm not aware right now, sir.
Almost sounds like you didn't investigate.
Holy crap balls.
As the case agent, as the case officer, do you believe it might be important to find out whether or not that phone appeared to have been manipulated or altered in some way before it was turned over? Wouldn't that be something that you would normally do?
That'd be important.
But you didn't do it with Jim McCabe's phone.
I didn't personally handle that, no.
The lead investigator didn't personally handle one of the single most important pieces of evidence in the trial. Great.
Given
Did
that
you ever
he's
see
allegedly
Nicole
relied
Albert's
on Jim McCabe's testimony.
No,
Did you ever
within
see
the first
Brian
16
Albert's
hours.
phone?
Yeah.
no,
Colin Albert's,
no,
Chris Albert's,
no,
Julie Albert's,
no,
Did you see a fucking thing during your investigation?
Were you concerned that if
No,
you
he
seized
deliberately
any
turned a
of
blind
all
eye.
the phones, especially Colin, Julie, and Chris, that there might be some indicators that you knew them on those phones?
No, that thought never crossed my mind.
But the fact remains, you never sought to seize any of those, did you?
No, I don't.
And you never asked, irrespective of what you saw in the Sallyport report, you never asked Jennifer McCabe whether or not that was a complete and thorough, a complete and accurate, I should say. Let me ask it a different way. Did you ever ask Jennifer McCabe whether or not she ever altered anything on her phone before turning it in?
I did not. Again, I didn't handle Miss McCabe's phone. I do the cell phone extraction on it.
You still had the frickin' report.
I want to ask you about another issue concerning a potential conflict of interest. You were well aware that Canton PD was supposed to be, we talked about this at some length, conflicted off the case as of January 29th, 2022, right?
Correct.
And you even put it in that text message, nah, Cat, it's total opposite. They have to recuse themselves, BPD. Same with Canton, right?
Yes.
Those are your words on January 29th, right?
Yes.
And you knew that the reason for, one of the reasons for Canton PD to recuse itself is because of the relationship between the Alberts and one of the detectives on Canton PD, Kevin Albert, right?
Correct.
You knew that Kevin Albert was the primary source of the conflict, correct?
Yes.
And you knew that he, above everybody else, should be completely removed from any contact with the investigation or the investigators, right?
Correct.
Ozzy's tired.
Yet when you wanted to coordinate witnesses for interviews in this case,
It's 2 a.m.
who'd you turn to?
I texted Kevin Albert to see if he could secure a conference room for us to conduct interviews at the station.
The same Kevin Albert to help coordinate these witness interviews, who's the brother of Brian Albert, right?
Yes.
If you could turn to tab 13, please. Your Honor, for the court's edification, it should be I.
I bet tab 13 has some bad
In
stuff
India.
in it.
Thank you. Do you have that in front of you, Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I do.
If you'll turn to page 2591. With the court's permission, I'd like to publish.
Okay.
Oh, shit.
Can you see that on January 30th, 2022, at about 11:55 a.m., Kevin Albert texts you on your personal cell phone, Paul G is reviewing the reports now. Steve Seraph is here if you need to interview him. And we can call Stephen Mullaney in as well, end quote. You see that?
Yes.
Who's Paul G?
Lieutenant Paul Gallagher.
So Kevin Albert, a Canton PD officer, and an Albert is texting you about Paul Gallagher, another Canton officer, about interviewing Steve Seraph, another Canton officer, and Steve Mullaney, a second Canton officer, correct?
Correct.
What investigation was Kevin Albert referring to in the text?
Derp.
The death of John O'Keefe.
This investigation.
Correct.
Did you tell Kevin Albert it's completely inappropriate for him to be involved in this case at all?
I did not.
Did you tell him he shouldn't be having any contact with any of the witnesses, and he shouldn't even be having contact with you? Did you tell him that?
I did not.
What you did write back was, quote, okay, you and I are coming in at 1 to interview a firefighter, Katie, correct?
That's right.
So not only did you tell him that you were engaged in the process of obtaining interviews, you told him the name of the interviewee, right?
Yes.
And you were going to do it at Canton PD, correct?
Correct.
So you're sharing information about the identity of witnesses that you intend to interview with Brian Albert's brother, right?
Yes.
Then you ask Kevin Albert to actually contact the witnesses. in order to schedule their interviews.
Yeah, I believe it was Officer Mulaney and Seraph.
Look at page 2592. I'm sorry, Kevin Albert texts, okay, so I'll get Mulaney in as well. You interviewing her here? And you respond, yeah, if we can line them up for 1:30 and 2, that would be great, correct?
Yes.
So you were leaving it up to Kevin Albert to contact and coordinate with the witnesses that you intended to interview at Canton PD, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Correct.
You then answered anytime in the ballpark. I'm sorry, yes, you answered anytime in the ballpark, then you went on and said from 1:30 on, correct?
Yes.
Kevin Albert then says, okay, sounds good. And then he responds, if you want to interview witnesses in the recorded room here, you're more than welcome. You see that?
I do.
He was referring to an interview room or an interrogation room where there's surreptitious recording devices, correct?
Yes.
That's to help facilitate memorializing interviews that police officers want to take with any witness in a crime, right?
Correct.
That would mean that if you used a recorded room, those recordings would be in the hands of which agency?
That's why we did not use that recorded room.
But he offered, didn't he?
He offered. We did not use it.
Did you see that as a problem?
That he offered?
Yeah.
No, I don't, sir.
You see that as a problem because he might, I don't know, take some of those interviews and forward them to his brother?
Objection.
Sustain, you can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
Were you concerned that Kevin Albert was offering to utilize Canton's recording programs facility in order to get access to what the witnesses were saying so that he could then forward that or tell his brother?
No,
Never crossed your mind?
never.
And this is an interesting thing. He chose not to record. It's a twofold problem. One, he was offered a recording room by someone
if
who
it never
never should have
crossed your
offered it.
mind-
And two, he chose not to record the interview.
Why didn't you go ahead and use the recording room?
Typically, don't record our interviews.
That's not what you said a second ago. You said the reason we didn't use the recording room is because of the obvious possibility that Kevin Albert and Canton PD could have access to the recordings.
Objection.
Sustain.
Didn't you say that's why we didn't use it? That
No,
was your answer, right?
no,
Repack the
What was
What did
transcript.
you say?
that we didn't use it.
Right. When I said, if you made a recording, it would be in the hands of which agency? Obviously Canton PD. And your answer was, that's why we didn't use the recorded room, right?
No, I don't recall saying that's
Dude,
why we didn't use the
It
room.
was
You
seconds
just said
ago.
it, Trooper Proctor. I mean, it's been 10 minutes, it's been 4 minutes.
No,
You don't remember that?
not specifically stated like that.
All right, let me ask you a different way. If you weren't concerned that the interviews could be compromised by Canton PD and Kevin Albert, why didn't you just use the room? It was offered up.
Again, typically we don't record interviews.
So why not use the room anyway, even if you didn't record?
With a cooperating witness, we just sit down with them, take notes. If it's someone we deem necessary to actually have a recording of, then we'll pursue that option.
Trooper Proctor, after you knew that Canton Police Department was conflicted off the case, you continued to have a very close relationship with yet another Albert, Kevin Albert, correct?
We worked on a cold case together.
So you did have a
Cold
close
case of
personal and
beer.
professional relationship with Kevin Albert, didn't you?
I'd say it was a professional relationship.
Only a professional relationship?
Him and I were members at a gym together, and we worked a cold case together for several months,
Were you intimate? with him?
Drinking, socializing,
once in a while.
right? So what beyond professional?
Every word out of this piece of shit's mouth going into a bunch of people's appeal
acquaintances.
applications right now.
Yep.
Drinking acquaintances, right?
On several occasions, yes.
Socializing acquaintances, right?
On several occasions.
So when you told the jury a few minutes ago that you were aware of and knew of, but didn't have relationships with 3 Alberts, Julie, Chris, and Colin. Not quite true, is it?
Objection.
Sustained.
There's a 4th Albert out there, isn't there?
Fat Albert. He's the 4th Albert.
Right?
Yes.
But you didn't tell us about that one,
It's Colin Albert.
Objection.
I'll allow it.
correct?
I don't consider that a relationship. It's
Well, let's look at that.
You don't bring me flowers anymore.
5 months into this investigation, in July of 2022, you were actually continuing to socialize with Kevin Albert, weren't you?
yes.
On July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert went out drinking together, didn't you? Trooper Proctor, I'm not asking you
Hey.
to look for anything in the binder at this point. I'm
Proctor.
asking for your memory.
I don't recall that.
You don't recall the date, or you don't recall
July 19th, 2022.
you don't recall the drinking?
The date itself, sir.
Why don't we turn to
Probably because you were drinking.
tab 13?
Yes, sir.
Do I have a number or a letter?
We're still in tab 13. Are we still in tab 13?
All right, so what page, Mr. Jackson?
Page 2602.
Look at how Judge Bev is just letting him go on. Normally, if other witnesses should be like, let's wrap it up. Let's wrap it up,
May
Mr.
I?
Jackson.
Yes.
Thank you. Trooper Proctor, are you on
Just
2602?
ask the questions right and have at him.
The fact
I'm
that
partly
that
wondering
fresh
if
your
this is her
recollection
way out of whatever's going
that on
on.
July 19th, 2022, you and Kevin Albert have been out drinking together?
It does.
In fact, the two of you got so drunk that Kevin Albert left his badge in your cruiser and couldn't find his gun the next morning.
Oh,
right?
fuck
Objection.
me.
Holy shit.
I can't speak to any level of intoxication, but I don't recall either of us being intoxicated.
Got it.
Fuck
So-
me.
That makes
Isn't
it
it
worse.
true that at 7/20, July 20th,
Ruh-roh.
2022, the day after at 8:39 in the morning, you texted Kevin Albert, quote, "Found your badge in my cruiser this morning," end quote, correct?
Yes.
Then you texted him, "I can leave it in my locker at the gym, drop it off at your station, or leave it in my mailbox," correct?
Correct.
Kevin Albert responds, "My mailbox. Did I take my gun?" And then included a wince face emoji, correct?
Correct.
So the fact of the matter is, you two got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge and had to ask you the next morning where his gun was, right?
Fuck.
Again, I can't speak to
Dude, don't
any level of
equivocate on
intoxication,
that.
whether he just forgot it. I don't know.
I'm not asking you about his BAC, Trooper Proctor. I'm asking, have you seen drunk people before?
Yes.
You've been drunk before.
Yes, I have, sir.
We've all been drunk before, right?
Yes.
Was he drunk? Were you drunk that night?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago.
But he left his badge in your cruiser after a night of drinking. Isn't that right?
In your
Yes.
professional opinion, would you think it was better or
means
worse for
you
him
were
to be drunk and have
drinking
left his gun
driving
behind?
in your cruiser.
I'm gonna go get me a drink.
Right?
From what I remember, we were down the Cape working on the cold case together and stopped for dinner, had a few beers, and then dropped him off.
So he left his gun in the restaurant?
Jesus.
The next morning, Kevin Albert also texted you at page 2606.
Let's play the
Starting with "It's Bad."
let's play
Tell
the
me when you
theme
see
song
that.
again. Let's play the Proctor theme song.
Okay, see it.
Or may I publish?
Yes.
Jesus.
Kevin Albert responded, "It's bad, exclamation point, exclamation point. I was hungover for sure today, exclamation point, exclamation point. Couple tonight to make me feel good," end quote. Correct?
Correct.
You can take that down.
You don't get a
Does that
hangover
refresh
if you
your
don't stop
recollection?
drinking.
Two of you have been out drinking the night before. He got so drunk that he couldn't find his badge
Or his gun.
and couldn't even find his gun.
Everything, Tanny. You missed everything.
Yes, it does refresh my memory.
Right. And you're in your cruiser. Right?
Yes, sir.
And this is with Brian Albert's brother, Trooper Proctor.
Correct.
He knows where his nightstick was, though.
I'm going to change gears, Trooper Proctor. You personally collected John O'Keefe's clothes from the hospital at Good Sam in Brockton, did you not?
I did.
I'd like to
Wow.
at the time you were at Good Sam, you actually had the opportunity, you had the occasion to see Mr. O'Keefe in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
You also had the occasion to see his clothing in the hospital, correct?
Yes.
That's the clothing that you ultimately gathered, is that right?
Correct.
May I approach you on that?
Yes.
We're $49 away from the double shot of absinthe achievement level. I need it. I need
Look
that
at that.
$49 at this point.
Tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
Is that a photograph of you? I'm sorry, it's not.
Therapy's a
of
little
you,
more
but you see
expensive
your
than that,
legs in
Jeff.
that photograph.
Yes,
Okay, and you also see the legs of Mr. O'Keefe on the hospital gurney, correct?
I do.
And you see a pile of clothes there?
Correct.
Now, if I can have this marked and omitted.
Objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 566.
We're going to publish this. Oh, and by the way, if you look at the link down below,
568.
I have fulfilled your chat request. You've been pushing me for 2 years. I now have Venmo, PayPal, and Cash App. Those are your, in addition to the super chat options. I have responded. You've demanded for 2 years, and I have responded. So if you don't want a super chat, we've got Venmo, Cash App, and PayPal as well down there in the description. Let's find out. $49. He's wishing he'd rehomed his phone,
May I
right?
inquire?
Yes.
Thank you. Request the court's permission to publish.
Okay.
He apparently wasn't copied in on
Do you see
the. We
this,
all need to get rid of our cell
You see the
phones
photograph in
on
front of you?
September
Is that the same
29th
photograph that's been published
messages.
up on the television screen?
Yes, sir.
Directing your attention to the leftmost portion of the photograph. You
I've got
see
Zelle too.
clothes, first, the clothes on the ground.
I do. Yes.
Okay, that appears to be what? What items or articles of clothing do you see?
The T-shirt, possibly the jeans.
Gray shirt as well?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And those are your legs to the uppermost part of the screen, correct?
I believe.
In the blue pants?
Yes.
And you see to the leftmost portion of the screen, a chair?
I do.
See what's on that chair?
My binder.
That's your portfolio?
It is.
Okay. That's something that you carry routinely as you're investigating during the course of your investigations?
Yes.
Do you keep your notes and things of that nature?
Yes.
Pens, paper?
Correct.
All right. Let me take that down. You indicated that you took possession of those clothing items from Good Samaritan Hospital, correct?
Correct.
You bagged them? Bagged, B-A-G-G-E-D, bagged them?
Yes.
And then what did you do with them after that?
We secured them in Sergeant Buchanan's pickup truck.
And then what happened to them after they were secured in his pickup truck?
We traveled to Dighton to Mr. Reed's house.
Once you ultimately got back, I don't want to have to take you through the entire, everybody knows where you went.
Okay.
Sergeant Buchanan's already testified. You get back to Canton at some point, correct?
Yes,
Ultimately, were the clothes transported into the your facility
yes,
at the DA's office?
correct.
Okay. What did you do with them after that?
We brought them to the evidence
I'm
processing.
going to ask you what you did, not what we did, what you did.
Sergeant Buchanan and I brought them to the evidence processing area, laid out butcher paper so the clothes could dry, put them on there in that area. And then I brought 2 cell phones to Trooper Garino so we could try to attempt to extract the phones.
What did you do with the clothing after it was dried out?
So the next day, Trooper DeChico arrived and brought them into the permanent evidence area where only him and another trooper in my office have access to. So they were secured from that at that point.
So you didn't book them into evidence?
I did not know.
When they're booked into evidence, there's supposed to be a log of that, correct?
I'm sorry?
There's supposed to be a log of that when they're booked into evidence, correct?
Yes.
You're the case officer on the case. One of your responsibilities is to make sure that chain of custody is maintained throughout the entirety of the investigation, all the way up to a courtroom, correct?
Yes.
Where's the log of those items being booked into evidence?
There was a chain of custody from when they entered the DA's office, and then when Trooper DeChico created a label for them, but also put them in a secure facility.
Can you show me where that is?
I'm not the evidence officer. I don't have that.
I see. So you didn't bring a log with you of any sort concerning the chain of custody of these items, correct?
No.
As a matter of fact, the reason you didn't bring that chain of custody log is because none exists. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Does a physical log exist starting from January 29th, 2022 to today?
Yes.
Where's that physical log, sir?
Who? I'm not an evidence officer, so I don't know how that. Yeah, so I don't know how that's.
Are you
generated.
any kind of
So,
officer?
as a case officer, you have no idea where an evidence log is that has something as insignificant as, I don't know, the victim's clothing.
Objection.
Sustained.
The fact of the matter is, the evidence log attendant to this case regarding those clothing items starts on March 14th when they were taken to the crime lab, correct?
That's when the clothing was transported to the lab.
And that's the only log we have of what happened to those clothes between January 29th and today.
Objection.
Overruled. Do you know that?
I don't. I'm not off the top of my head, ma'am.
Your job to know it.
I want to talk for a second about the searches in Brian Albert's front lawn that took place on and after January 29th, 2022. As a case officer, Trooper Proctor, you also took control of the taillight pieces that were ultimately claimed to have been found at that location, correct?
Not in all searches.
Which of the pieces that were found were you responsible for taking control of?
The 8th, 11th, and 18th.
So who had control over the items that were found before the 8th? You said the 8th, 11th, and 18th, right?
Those are items that I found on those days and that I had processed and essentially bagged and tagged them and handed them over to our evidence officer. There was multiple days that troopers were out there looking for more evidence.
So there would be a log of that too, right?
Again, how the system works as far as the evidence comes in, I can't speak to that.
So you have no idea what the chain of custody of any of these items are, the clothing or the taillight material, from January 29th until March 14th, when the evidence log starts. Is that what you're saying?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
There is a log. I mean, it's in our system where labels are created, and it generates the time and date that a label is created, and then it shows that it's at our office in a secure facility, and then it was brought to the lab on the 14th.
What happens if the label is created and says something like, I don't know, February 4th? What happens to the items before February 4th?
They were stored in a secured facility, a secured room.
And where were they signed in?
Where's the log?
Those labels can be generated on any day.
Is there a log of that?
Not to my knowledge.
All right, screw it. It's 2:30 in the morning. I'm going to duck out. Don't pause it.
All right, Hayden, thank you for joining us after your little naughtiness. It's good to have you here, Hayden. Have a good sleep. It's 2:30 a.m. there. You need to call it a day, I think.
You were responsible for seizing Miss Reed's car.
Talk to you
correct?
later.
Yes.
Bye. Hayden,
And
Aussie
you
Overlord,
originally
everybody.
claimed
Get over there,
that
subscribe to
seizure
him.
took place at 5:30 p.m. Is that right?
Correct.
You signed numerous affidavits under oath, claiming that you did not seize Miss Reed's vehicle until 5:30 p.m. on January 29, 2022, right?
Correct.
At the time that you seized Miss Reed's vehicle, you were unaware that there was alarm.com surveillance footage of the area from which the car was seized, correct?
Correct.
The fact of the matter is, that was false. The car was not seized at 5:30, was it?
4:16 p.m.
Right. An hour and change, an hour and 18 minutes, hour and 20 minutes earlier. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you ever seek to change or amend the error, the false statement about the time
So
the car received and seized in any of those documents that you filed under oath?
when I incorrectly transcribed the times, it was on the first affidavit I had written. And then as I continued to write other search warrants, I used that as a template. So I never caught it on the first one. And that's the reason those times are off on the other affidavits I had wrote.
So the first one was false, and then every single one after that was false.
There was just an incorrect
It was just incorrect. It wasn't
transcription
false.
of time.
It
An
wasn't
incorrect
false. It was just
transcription of
incorrect.
the time. You
Yes.
call that, I don't know, a Scrivener's error?
Objection.
Ask it differently.
Sure. Was it a typo?
Yes.
It was a typo. So you got the 4 wrong, you got the 1 wrong, and you got the 6 wrong. And those turned into 5 and 3 and 0, right?
They were typos, sir.
Typos.
Okay.
There were typos.
Fact of the matter is, you delivered that car to Canton PD, to the Sallyport garage, before a single piece of taillight material was ever found in this case. Trooper Proctor, is that correct?
Correct. It arrives at 5:31.
And you also towed it to the Canton Police Department because that was conveniently close to the location at 34 Fair, to the crime scene, right?
That was not my decision.
Whose decision was it?
I don't recall. I know that
Well, you're the case officer.
I wouldn't.
Who decides?
It wasn't my decision. I did not make that call, sir.
So who are we pointing the finger at? Was it Sergeant Buchanan?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr.
Sure.
Jackson.
Was it Sergeant Buchanan who made that decision to transport it to Canton?
It's a supervisor's decision. I don't know who it came from.
Was it Lieutenant Tully?
Again, I don't know who it came from.
So you were just following orders.
Yes.
Just
You are
following
aware
orders.
that Massachusetts
We
State
were
Police,
just following
your agency,
orders.
actually has not
Yeah, that
one,
didn't work for
but
the
2 barracks.
for the
One in
followers
Middleborough,
of the
one in
failed
Foxborough,
Austrian
that
artist
are both
who did it.
closer as crow flies than the Canton PD Sallyport, from where the car was towed, correct?
Yes.
Both of those facilities were passed by, and the car was ultimately placed at Canton PD Sallyport at 5:31 or so, right?
Yes.
And you're aware that that Sallyport is about 3 minutes from 34 Fairview?
Yes.
And just moving on.
Yes.
Wow. He's not wrapping up. He's got to drop the hammer some more, I think.
Trooper Proctor, you were the lead case officer on this case.
Here we go.
That means that you were required to collect and maintain all the videos that were pulled in connection with this investigation, correct?
Correct.
And you obviously are aware of your legal obligation to turn over any and all exculpatory information that you might come in possession of, correct?
Objection.
That's sustained.
You did pull a lot of video in connection with this case, did you not?
Yes.
About 290 videos from the Ring camera located in the driveway at One Meadows. Does that sound about right? I don't expect you to have counted every single one, but just under 300.
Correct.
A ton of them, right?
Yes.
Another 140 videos or so from the front door Ring camera of that same location, One Meadows, right?
Yes.
9 videos from the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Yes.
8 videos from the Temple Beth
Yes.
facility. 5 videos from CF McCarthy's.
Yes.
4 dash cam videos.
Correct.
2 videos from Canton Town Library.
Correct.
2 videos from Cassie's Corner Store, right? 2 videos from the cars test on Miss Reed's vehicle. Is that right?
Yes.
And 2 videos from the location at 34 Fairview where individuals were using leaf blowers.
Correct.
All of those, I did some rough math, 360 odd videos were handed over to the defense in or about June of 2022. Is that your understanding?
Objection.
That's sustained.
They were provided in discovery to the defense ultimately, right?
Okay. Yes.
Does it sound like, I don't expect you to have the date down pat, but spring of 2022, sound about right? Spring, early summer?
Yes.
All right. But there was additional video surveillance footage that you chose to hold back from that discovery, correct?
Objection.
Did you hold back videos?
I did not, Your Honor.
Okay, next question.
There's surveillance video from Canton Police Department's Sallyport garage that wasn't turned over, right?
That video was discovered later on and then handed over.
The first time you revealed the existence of that footage was in that separate proceeding in February of 2024. Isn't that right?
Yes.
You were questioned about it and you knew you were under oath at the time, correct?
Correct.
And that's when you disclosed, yes, there is Sallyport footage and I've seen it.
The video I was referencing was the exterior Sallyport camera where you can't make out anything.
Well, let's talk about that for a second. The exterior, you said, exterior, outside,
Correct.
meaning the one of the driveway.
Right.
And you say you can't make anything out in that.
There's 2 different ones. There's the main driveway camera and then there's this exterior Sallyport camera.
You were asked about this set of videos at that other hearing, right?
Yes. Some.
And you indicated at the time that there was one grainy video, which sort of mainly black and grainy,
Yes.
and another one that showed you and Sergeant Buchanan arriving at Canton PD behind Miss Reed's vehicle on the tow truck. Is that right?
Yes.
You were asked very specifically, are you aware whether there are any cameras in the garage in the Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? And your answer was yes, right? In the garage.
Yeah, I don't recall.
Do you recall being asked that question?
No.
I can repeat it if you wish.
Yeah, please.
Question, are you aware of whether there are any cameras in the garage or Sallyport where Karen Reed's SUV was parked? Answer, yes.
Okay.
And then you answered,
I wasn't asleep. I was setting up Zelle
garage?
for email.
Answer, I saw one very grainy video,
Zell is now
and then
set up.
another of Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle. Period. You remember that answer?
Yes.
That clearly was an answer to the question, did you see video of the interior of the garage, right?
Objection.
Sustained, ask it differently.
Were you answering a question about video inside the garage?
No, I was answering the question about what video I observed, and it was exterior video that I observed.
Although the answer to the question was cameras in the garage or Sallyport. That was the question.
If I was aware of any.
And your answer was yes. And then the next question is, have you reviewed the footage? And your answer was, I saw one very grainy video. And then another, Sergeant Buchanan and I arriving in the main entrance around 5:30 following the vehicle, right? That was your testimony.
Yeah, those two videos I'm referring to in the exterior of the building.
Question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport? Answer, I haven't reviewed it, sir, in quite some time, so I can't recall what's on there. End quote. You remember that?
Yes.
So obviously at the time in February of 2024, you had had that video surveillance, you had had that footage for so long that you couldn't remember exactly what was on it because it had been, quote, quite some time, right?
The exterior Sallyport camera.
Except you weren't asked about the exterior. You were asked, question, when did you watch the video from the Sallyport? Right? That was the question.
Well, that was the video we had, so that was how I referenced it. That was the exterior Sallyport video.
Why didn't you say to the person that was questioning you under oath, I don't know anything about video inside the Sallyport. I'm referring to outside the building. Why didn't you say that and clarify it?
Yeah, I should have clarified it, sir.
Because you'll agree, it sounds a hell of a lot like, an awful lot like, you're talking about what's inside the Sallyport, right?
Objection.
Ooh, he dropped a hell of a like.
The next question you were asked, why did you review the video of the Sallyport? Answer, we review every video we pull, and we pull a lot of video. End quote. Do you remember that?
I do.
Not one word in that testimony. Not one word says exterior, does it?
No, it does not.
You testified that you had obtained and reviewed the Sallyport garage video so long ago that you literally couldn't even remember what was on it, right?
Correct.
You did know, however, that if you had video at the Sallyport, it would clearly show that Miss Reed's vehicle arrived at 5:30, 5:31. Right? You knew that, correct?
Yes, from the driveway camera.
But you withheld that video out of 360 odd videos that you turned over. You withheld that one and never mentioned it until February of 2024, correct?
Objection.
Is that true?
I'm not aware of that, withholding that.
Now remember, Yannetti on opening statement said that
On April
Proctor
4th,
had the
2024.
SUV for 90 minutes
2024.
before he
It's getting late.
reported
On
having
April
it
4th,
anyway.
2024, you turned over one video from the interior of the Sallyport garage, correct?
Yes, sir.
The interior, not the exterior, right?
Correct.
And that, remarkably enough, was a grainy video, right?
Yes.
And that video is missing the precise time that that vehicle was delivered to the Sallyport, correct?
Objection.
Was it? I'll allow it.
I don't recall.
It's missing 42 minutes at the beginning, and it jumps from 5:08 p.m. to 5:50 p.m., correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Have you reviewed the video?
Yes.
Did you see that the timestamp jumps from 5:08 to 5:50?
Objection.
Sustained. I'll see you at Sidebar if you want.
We'll see a sidebar. She's not taking a lunch, man. She's an hour late for lunch. She's pushing through this. Don't make the jurors hangry. Don't make the jurors hangry. All right, well, that's gone. We got some business to take care of here, people. First of all, Life According to Martin, thank you so much for the £2 new book, How to Butt Screw Your Own Investigation. Yeah, he's doing a very good job of that. Thank you so much. And Tease T. Bringing the big heat for you. Can you throw an extra back for me? Well, you've done something. You have unknowingly done something here. One, it's it's $100 that automatically gets you a shot, which you know because that's why you did it. So it's just something we do here. Cheers to you. Thank you so much, TC, for that super generous super chat.
You are unmuted.
But you've also unknowingly crossed us over
Yes,
into the
thank you.
double absinthe shot.
You reviewed the video, the grainy video, correct?
Yes.
And that's from a camera perspective that would show, or that does show, the right rear area of the SUV after it's pulled in, correct?
Yes.
Did you note that the time jumped from 5:08 to about 5:50 at the beginning of the video?
Yeah, I observed a jump in video.
And that was about 42 minutes, correct?
Approximately, yes.
You're aware that there's another video from the interior of that Sallyport as well, correct?
Yes.
And you're also aware that, by the way, did you secure that video, the second one? Let me ask you a predicate question, because it's a little confusing.
Oh, you're right. It's time zones. Sorry, Adam.
The second
I was
video
an
from the
hour off of my
interior
time zone calculation.
of the Sallyport is inverted, correct?
Yes,
You're now aware of that.
I am.
Did you recover that video?
I did not.
Who did?
I believe Detective Lieutenant Tully received that from the Canton Police Chief.
Rafferty?
I believe so.
Who asked for it?
I'm not sure, sir.
Did you make the request?
I did not.
How did you become aware that a request had been made?
I was made aware that the video had essentially existed from the interior Sallyport area.
By whom?
I was probably informed by Detective Lieutenant Tully.
So Lieutenant Tully tells you that a second video exists, correct?
Interior Sallyport cameras, yes.
When did he tell you that?
I don't recall.
Was it weeks ago or years ago?
That was more recent than, maybe a month ago.
Matter of fact, it was after the trial had already started, mid-April, correct?
Oh, after the
I don't
trial
recall.
started.
I thought it was before.
If it was before, was it weeks before, days before?
I don't recall.
I'm just trying to pin down, are we talking about 6 months ago or are we talking about 6 weeks ago?
It wasn't 6 months ago.
Okay, so a few weeks ago, you were told about the second video from Lieutenant Tully, right?
Yes.
Did he tell you he had already seen it?
I'm sure he watched it.
Did he tell you he needed you to go get it?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
Okay, so when was the first time you saw it?
A few weeks ago, month ago,
What were the circumstances in which you saw that video?
just reviewing the video
Where?
at my desk.
So you pulled it, pardon me, you had access to the video.
Yes.
It was on your system somehow.
For 2 years.
It was on thumb drives and a disc.
You put that in your computer and just decided on your own to watch it, correct?
Yes.
And what did you notice?
One of the SUV being brought into the garage.
You're in the video, right? That's you toward the back of the truck.
Yep, I'm in the video. Some Canton PD members there as well. Tow truck guy drops the vehicle off. He's in the front driver's seat. Exits. Sergeant Mechanic's there. I believe Berkowitz, the retired police chief.
Where was he?
He's kind of like mulling around the area. I feel like he was towards like the back open garage gate there.
The back
towards like the rear. Yeah.
Where you were?
Yes.
Was he the person, did you note that there were certain individuals that just seemed to apparate out of nowhere, just appear?
Nice REM
Yes,
blast.
there was one individual in like the top left corner of the video pushing a broom that kind of just appeared.
And also toward the back of the vehicle, somebody just, while you were at the back of the vehicle, just sort of appeared and walked out of Sallyport, correct?
Yes.
And was that Chief Berkowitz?
Yeah, it looks like him, yes.
Okay. So you and Chief Berkowitz are both toward the rear of the vehicle. He just apparates out of thin air because the video is missing some footage, correct?
It appears that way,
And you're
or it
holding-
skips.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Or it skips. I don't know that system at all, so.
Okay, and you're holding what appears to be that same black portfolio that we saw in the hospital.
Yes.
So, anything else you noticed that was odd about the video? Other than the time skips?
So the timestamp in the bottom was inversed? Was it reversed?
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, the timestamp on the bottom of it was backwards.
Was it blue?
So instead of reading left to right, it was right to left.
Someone flipped
Okay.
the vid.
Blue?
I believe it was yellow.
Yeah, they reversed the video.
Just moment ago.
He had it for 18 months, never reviewed it. Everybody that shouldn't be involved in the
So
investigation
the
is in
video
the
you
video.
saw
Oh
had a
my
timestamp that was inverted, correct?
Yes.
How about the video itself? Is that inverted?
No, from the video I saw, the way the vehicle was brought in relation to the garage and the doors into the PD, it wasn't reversed or inverted.
It was or was not?
Was not.
So as you saw the video, the portion of the vehicle that purported to be the passenger side was in fact the passenger side, and the vehicle, the side of the vehicle that purported to be the driver's side was in fact the driver's side.
Yes, so I reviewed video yesterday just to rewatch it, and the one that I watched had the correct angle, it wasn't reversed. The car was brought in, tow truck driver gets out. From the driver's side, it wasn't reversed. The only thing reversed on it was like the timestamp on the bottom.
Well, were you watching video that was produced in this trial?
Yes.
So were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence?
Objection.
Thank you. Were you aware that the defense presented a piece of evidence where we inverted the video back to the correct,
No, it's not.
and that timestamp was inverted?
I was not aware of that.
When did you watch that that video?
Just the other day. I was
Shit
reviewing
was
it.
that noise?
Mr. Jackson, we'll take our lunch.
Oh God, that was the judge. That was the judge going.
Why don't we do 45 minutes?
All right.
You are muted.
You are muted, and I do owe the double. I just spelled absinthe on my keyboard. The double shot of absinthe here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much to Tease Tea. Okay. Jules, here's the deal. I'm going to shut this down. I won't be doing the afternoon session live because it's 2 a.m. here. I need to sleep. I will watch the afternoon
Mr. Jackson,
session.
how are we doing on time? I'm not rushing you. I just want an idea.
You're actually doing very well. I don't think I have more than perhaps 30, 40 minutes, maybe.
Okay. Mr. Lally, how about you?
20 minutes, half an hour.
All right. So we'll finish with this witness today.
100%.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
All rise for the court, please.
All right. So as I was saying before I was so rudely interrupted by the judge, hey, Ceiling Dion, how's it going? I will not be doing the afternoon session in 45 minutes from now. I'm going to be shutting this down. I'll go to sleep. And what I'll do is we'll just do a review. We'll do a review of the afternoon session, unless there's some.
Hey there, Karen
All right.
Reed, trial one.
Go away. We don't need to talk to you. Thanks. Unless there's some groundbreaking, earth-shattering testimony, I will just do a review of the afternoon session before the morning session starts. So I'll start my review about an hour early, so around 8 a.m. Eastern time, and then we'll go to the morning session live. Wow. The defense has devastated. I mean, the prosecution's case was already devastated. Make no mistake about that. Not only have they, in my opinion, have they failed to prove a single thing that points the finger of guilt for murder, second-degree murder, to Karen Reed, but other witnesses have destroyed their case. Proctor is just essentially the unnecessary nuclear option. He's nuked their case, showing all of the lies, all of the deceit, all of the despicable messages that he sent back and forth with his buddies, his wife, his sister, his fellow law enforcement officers, his superiors, doing all this stuff. I mean, I said this yesterday, I'm going to repeat it. The only way I can see them recovering from this is if Jesus Christ himself descends in the second coming, appears in front of the jury, and lays out a vision to them of exactly how she committed murder. Short of that, I don't see anything happening. I mean, what options do they have left? They've got maybe a week and a half of testimony left for the prosecution. It's a Nick Starro raid, everybody. Nick Starro has raided us. Make sure you hit that like button on your way in. Thank you, Nick. Good to see you here. We're soon gonna send you on over probably to Broken Baker. So we're just getting ready to wrap up here. The prosecution has a week and a half of testimony left, at most. The defense has said they need about a week for their case in chief. They have to put on an accident reconstruction expert that is so far above reproach with respect to his or her qualifications. They have to put an accident reconstruction expert on that presents a flawless scenario with zero holes and zero grounds for doubt as to how this accident occurred. And even if that happens, they still have to show that she intended to commit this murder. She had to have, she had to have the mens rea. She had to have the criminal mind to commit murder. That's the only way this is going down. Proctor is such a slimy, disgusting, despicable dirtbag of a cop that nobody in their right mind is going to want to say, I want to be on Team Proctor. My guilty vote, my vote of guilty, Karen Reed being guilty of second-degree murder, shows my support for Proctor. Nobody wants to be in that camp. And remember, we lost, apparently, according to Buddha Berries, we lost a male juror. We lost one juror earlier today, at the beginning today. According to Buddha Berries and her, she's a wizard with finding information. According to her, it was a male juror who was let go for personal reasons, which leaves us with 6 males and 10 female jurors. How do you think these female jurors are reacting to Proctor calling her a retard numerous times, calling her psycho, calling her a cunt, talking about her balloon not leaking poo, talking about her being hot but shitting herself? How do you think these female jurors are going to react to that? It's going to be a bloodbath for the prosecution. Yeah. As M169 said, the Commonwealth is fucked in this case. I think they lost the case well before Proctor took the stand. Well, and by lost, I mean failed in every way conceivable to prove their case beyond any doubt. Forget reasonable doubt. Just, I mean, even provide a basic grounds for their case. But Proctor came in, he went full nuclear, and he turned their entire case into a sea of glass. I honestly, honest to God, don't see any recovery from Proctor's testimony. As I said yesterday and I'm repeating today, if you watch the OJ trial, if you're familiar with the OJ trial, if you watch my 18-month coverage of the OJ Simpson trial on Thursdays, he is the Mark Furman of this case. He's just that guy when you go, all right, I don't give a shit whether she did it or not. This guy is a corrupt asshole, and I'm not going to hold her responsible. This is bad. This is a very, very bad scenario for the prosecution. But they had to put him on because he's the lead investigator. They tried their best to put on witnesses that could testify to things that Trooper Proctor could also testify to, but there was too many gaps left, too many things that only Proctor did, that only Proctor knew, that they had to put him on the stand. And this is the result. Yes, he is the nail in their coffin, which reminds me of the poll today. We have our like and subscribe poll up here. We currently got 529 people, 583 likes. We didn't quite make that 600 like, but we can do it now. All right, come on, people. 17 of you, just get out and hit that like button. Today's like and subscribe poll was, did Trooper Proctor ruin this case? It's all within the statistical margin of error for the most part. 38% of you said, no, Trooper Proctor didn't ruin this case. It was ruined long ago. I'm kind of in that camp. 32% of you said, no, but he put a very large nail in the coffin. 28% of you said, yes, I blame him. Hashtag justice for John. And let's not forget, we need justice for John O'Keefe. And only 2% of you said, nope, she's still going down. That was 3% a while ago, but now we're only down to 2 in 100. So with we'll say 600 of you here, that's basically 12 of you think she's still going down. All right, we're gonna wrap up that poll there. There's a couple of comments here that were started that we need to comment on. Where are we here? Jem, is it green? Yes. This is real, actual absinthe. This is not the star anise or licorice flavored vodka. This is actual, real Artemisia absinthium, Grand Wormwood distilled absinthe. Legal Vices says, life according to Martin. I thought there was a video of Karen reversing into a bin showing the taillight breaking then by her house. Close. Your memory is not failing you, but you're close. It was a video of her leaving around 5 a.m. to go search for John, where the video appears to show her backing into John's car, which is where she's saying that the taillight was cracked. So yeah, there was that video. We saw that yesterday, I believe, in day 22. Jules says, you and I really need to discuss the medical aspect of his testimony, please. Okay. I'm game. That sounds fun to me. he's a pig. Seriously. Proctor is just a dirt pig. And I'm one that I have always, I mean, I'm a child of the 70s. I was born in the late 60s, like the very late 60s, like 5 months left of the 60s, kind of late 60s. But growing up in the 70s, cops were always called pigs. I was never in the cops calling into the group of people like calling cops pigs and things. It just seemed just, crass. But I will say Trooper Proctor is a pig. Absolutely. I'm starting to think, because if you remember, they said they took these 2 swabs of John O'Keefe's arm, and they checked for canine dog DNA, and they didn't find any canine DNA on him, but they found pig DNA on him. I'm starting to think it was Proctor's DNA they found on his arm. Pig. I wonder whose birthday will be tomorrow. Bush says, I don't believe she's guilty at all. Colin Albert killed John, but I still think they'll convict her. I'm sticking by my theory that there was some conflict that involved Karen. They got in the argument. He was there. Some fight broke out. Somebody, whether it was Brian, whether it was Colin, somebody in that house was involved in a fist fight with him. They punched him in the eye. He falls back, hits his head. And they said the dog was unfriendly to strangers. That gets in a fight. The dog joins in to protect the owner. He falls back, hits his head. They go, holy shit, we're in a fuck ton of trouble. They chuck him into the snow. And he dies. And they're, oh shit, we need to blame it on her. She's the scapegoat. That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it. And they have not shown me anything that would take away from that. That is a reasonable doubt, and they have done nothing to dispel that reasonable doubt. There's reasonable doubt that Colin did it. There's a reasonable possibility that Brian Albert did it. There's a reasonable possibility that somehow Higgins did it, because he was all trying to suss Karen out and trying to get into Regine's. There is a number of people that could have been involved in this, and they're all reasonable deal. Where's John's belt? I thought the medical examiner or one of the witnesses showed a picture that had his belt on the pants. I think the belt is accounted for. I think, if I recall correctly. Oh well, shit. and the basement remodeling. Forget the basement. They've rehomed the family dog of 7 months. Only in May? So February, March, April. 4 months later. They rehome Chloe to Vermont, apparently on some farm in Vermont on the other side of the fucking Rainbow Bridge. They rehomed the dog of 7 years, their family pet. They remodeled the basement. They filled in the swimming pool, and they sold the house as fucking fast as they possibly could. Yeah, there is all of that. Yeah, Norma Stevens says the belt is with his pants in an evidence bag. Yes, it was with the pants. Yes, right. Oh, no bingo for Richard Harris today. I got bingo through Sealing Dion. My bingo was dog cam, first responder, broken tail light, judge calls for Sidebar, and Sealing Dion. This yesterday, I think, was worse as far as testimony goes, but today was... It was nearly as bad, but it was compounding. It's like, when you've beaten somebody, you see videos of fights, or you've been in fights or whatever, where the guy just gets punched to the ground and he's not in the fight anymore, but you continue to punch him until the ref pulls you off. That's kind of what today was. Yesterday, he was down on the ground, basically unconscious. And today was where the fighter continues to pound until the ref pulls him off. But so far, Judge Bev, the ref, has not pulled him off. Judge Bev does not like Proctor. And if Judge Bev doesn't like you, you're either You're either the defense or you're a really, really, really bad person. Judge Bev has been surprisingly anti-Proctor. We saw that yesterday. Like normally, if someone's not speaking up, she'll be like, witness, could you? I would like to remind you to please speak into the microphone. The court clerk and the jury is having a difficult time hearing you. If you don't speak up, we're going to have to turn off the fan and the air conditioner so they can hear you. None of us want that. So could you please remember to speak up? With her yesterday, she was like, speak up. She's been terse with him for 2 days, and rightfully so. And if the judge is feeling that way, again, put yourself in the minds of the female jurors. Today is the very first day where we didn't have any sirens outside of court in the morning session. The sirens went off once? No, they didn't. I didn't hear any sirens. The sirens didn't go off. Come on. All right, folks. Well, we're here to the end. We're at 2:12 a.m. here in darkened and summery, like SUMMERY, like the season summery Korean morning. It's getting muggy. It's getting humid. Yes, I heard sirens. We had sirens once. I've been immune. I've been immune. I've become immunized to a couple of things. Wait, I got a message here. I got to figure out if this which phone my message was sent to. Hang on, hold tight. All right. I guess it was on my non-important phone. Okay, everybody says we heard the siren. I have become immune to at least 2 things in this trial. One of them, I don't even hear the what if any's anymore from the prosecutor. I don't hear Lally's what if any's anymore. And according to Legal Bites Alita's count, we are up somewhere around 1,600 what if any's. 1,600 what if any's from prosecutor Lally during this trial. I've become immune to it. I don't even hear it probably 80% of the time. And apparently now I've become immune and immunized against sirens. So, all right, I'll take your word for it, guys. Add sirens outside of court to your bingo card. All right, everybody. There you go. Add sirens outside of court to your bingo. I didn't hear it. Whew. All right, guys. You guys are awesome. What else do we have to talk about? Anything we have to talk about for the foreseeable future? This is what I'm doing. The Karen Reed trial. The judge has said they'll wrap it up by the end of the month. I hope so. So that gives us, 2 more weeks? We'll continue this way for 2 more weeks. If anything super important outside happens, I'll do that. On the weekend, this weekend, I want to try to find some time to go over the Clayton Eckert, Laura Owens hearing that was the other day that both sides are calling utter fucking bullshit for it only being 2 hours. I want to cover that. I'll try to do that on the weekend if I have time. I'll try to do that this weekend. Next Friday evening U.S. time will be our F It Friday, where we just say F it and we just grift for shots. It's just a money grab, so I don't have to grift for the rest of the month. But yeah, we'll do that next Friday. Have a great panel of guests where every $100 that comes in, we just do a shot and it gets fun. Other than that, this is what we're going to be doing. And assuming this trial wraps up at the end of June, that'll give us about a week to 8 days before the Alec Baldwin trial starts. The Alec Baldwin trial, I will do that live all the way through. I will do whatever it takes to do morning and afternoon sessions for the entirety of the Alec Baldwin case. So mark that on your calendars. Don't go watching that Alec Baldwin trial on anybody else's stream. Watch it right here on me, Legal Vices stream, because that's where you want to be. We're going to do the Alec Baldwin trial, which is scheduled to start on July For those of you that care about the Karen Reed trial, the Sarah Boone trial, the suitcase murderer trial, she sent an incredibly long letter to the judge complaining about her 8th lawyer. And her 8th lawyer has just yesterday filed a motion to be allowed to recuse herself from the trial. Which means either Karen's got to find lawyer number 9 or she's got to go at her own Brooks style. There's no trial date yet, but that's the latest development in the Sarah Boone trial. Whenever that happens, we're kind of like, we're in a holding pattern for 3 important trials that I want to cover. 1, Sarah Boone. 2, Courtney Clenny, the OnlyFans murder that killed her boyfriend, allegedly. And the what's the third one? Sarah Boone, Courtney Clenny, YNW Melly. YNW Melly retrial. It's been a year. Can you guys believe next month will be 1 year since a mistrial happened in the YNW Melly trial? If you followed me for that trial, it's been 1 year next month since the mistrial was declared. They were supposed to start the retrial in October. There was a bunch more delays, and then there was an appellate issue involving playing his rap songs in the trial, in the retrial, and that's undergoing appeals right now. Who knows how long that's going to take? YNW Melly is off the books until there's an appellate ruling, which could take another 6 months. It could take another year. We just don't know. So Sarah Boone, Courtney Clenny, and YNW Melly are in this nebulous. They're in trial purgatory right now. They're just in this holding pattern. We'll let you know as more comes to it, but we are going to be covering the Alec Baldwin trial starting July 8th. My birthday is July 5th. So let me check July calendar. July 5th is a Friday. Holy shit, we're going to have a birthday stream on Friday, July 5th. And then Monday, July 8th is when the Alec Baldwin trial starts. Be here. All right. That's what's coming up in the foreseeable future. I think that's pretty much taking care of everything we got here. The witchcraft one, oh God, we need to get back to the Hartung trial. I know we need, but there's so much with this. The Hartung witchcraft trial, that's our retro trial. We did that with O.J. Simpson for about a year. Every Thursday, we would watch the O.J. Simpson trial, the retro trial. We finished with what we could do with O.J. Simpson. It kind of got old. People were done with O.J. So we went to this new Florida versus Donald Hartung ritual murder witchcraft trial on Thursdays until Karen Reed happened. We're actually not that far from the end of the Donald Hartung trial. Maybe in the time between the end of this trial and the start of Baldwin, we'll just kind of wrap that up. We might do that. And then there's another trial I want to start on Retro Thursday. Yeah, we need to get back to the witchcraft ritual murder trial of Donald Hartung. We'll get there. Hey, your birthday's on July 17th. Cool. Way to go, Shield Maiden. That's awesome. It just means like a lot of it started to get cold around November. People had to stay indoors. So lots of July babies. There's nothing else to do when you're inside the house and the sun goes down early. July 5th is my brother's birthday too. I have I have 3 high school friends who share literally my same birthday. At least one of my high school friends not only has the same birthday, but they were born in the same hospital I was born in. That was kind of weird to find that out. He missed being a July 4th baby by a few minutes. All right, this I've told this story before, but right now there's 438 of you. Probably some of you haven't heard this story before. My birthday is July 5th. My grandmother's birthday was July 3rd. And for the first 6 years of my life, my father led me to believe that the entire country of the United States of America was having parades and fireworks displays to celebrate my birthday on July 4th. They let me believe that. And what made it more realistic was my father was my father was one of the head foremen for a road construction company in Utah. They built lots of roads in the western US. And he could have gone into the office and been a head office guy for decades, but he hated the higher ups in the office and he just wanted to stay on the road. So he was the foreman for transporting road construction equipment from point A to point B. And because he was the head foreman for the company, he was also basically in charge of all of the flatbed trailers that were in the entire city. And so everybody would ask the company if they could use the flatbed trailers for their floats, for the parades. And the company, as just part of their goodwill, would say yes. And they always had the grand marshal of the parade in a like a 57 Chevy convertible in front, which is usually the mayor or somebody like that, or, you know. But always, as early as I can remember, my father would be driving the first truck behind the parade grand marshal. He would be driving the first float, and he would let me sit in the passenger side of his semi truck to throw out candy to people. And my damn parents had me believing that starting usually like July 3rd and July 4th up to July 5th, the entire country of the United States of America was having parades and fireworks displays to celebrate my birthday. And I'm in the lead float of the parade, throwing out candy and goodies to all of the people that have lined the streets of Logan, Utah to turn out to celebrate my birthday. I thought I was throwing out candy to all of these people that loved me and were lining the streets to see me. It was great for my ego until I was 7. Then it was really, really bad for my ego. Oh no, it went from having amazing self-esteem to go, wait, what? Nobody likes me? So yeah, that's a little story from my past. They let me to believe this shit till I was like 7 years. No, there's like 70,000 people in Logan, and a huge portion of them would line the streets. Hey, been there, done that. Love the Avatar. Yeah, it's freaking adorable. Unless you're me. My dad went to Utah State too. So it's like 3 generations. Me, my dad, and my son went to Utah State. All right, Ashton, that's pretty cool. All right. Well, that's it. Let me send you on over to Broken Baker, shall we? Let me get this set up. Oh God, that made my cheeks hurt. And for those of you that know, I spent a huge portion of last year's super chats and whatnot to buy my father a Rolex watch. And the reasons are there. If you go back to some of my live streams, you'll see why. But I'm going to edit that video. I'm going to try to edit that video this weekend and get it uploaded and show everybody on F It Friday next Friday. That's my goal, to show the video on next F It Friday. All right, everybody, this is your last chance. Please hit that like button. Please hit the subscribe button. We've got 76,862 subscribers. We are 138 subscribers away from 77,000. Let's get us up to 77,000 as soon as possible. That would be awesome. Thank you so much, everybody, the mods, for your support. You guys are freaking awesome what you guys do. Thank you so much for your support. People in chat, thank you for the memberships, the gifted memberships, the super chats. Thank you so much for that support. It means a ton to me, and I don't take it for granted whether you give a $500 super chat or a 99-cent super chat or stickers. It's you parting with your hard-earned money to throw at me, which it means something for everybody. Thank you so much for that. And for those of you that don't that don't or can't super chat or support monetarily, just being here, it gets the numbers up, it gets the algorithm there. Plus it makes me happy to have you guys here in chat. You entertain each other, you keep everybody engaged, you guys have a lot of fun. The Vice Squad chat is hands down, and I will fight anybody to the death, anybody that says their chat is better than the Vice Squad chat. You guys are hands down the best chat on planet Earth. We're going to send you over to the Broken Baker. If you don't know who the Broken Baker is, go check him out. Broken Baker's a good guy, and make sure you let him know that his Illegal Vices raid. Tell him hi, tell him Legal Vices sent you. And I will see you all here tomorrow, 1 hour early at 8 a.m. Eastern time. I'll fight Runkle. I'll fight that little wood elf looking motherfucker. No, I'll fight Runkle. As long as there's no firearms involved, because we don't have them here in Korea. I'll fight him. I'll fight Runkle. You guys are better than Runkle's chat. I know a lot of you are Runkle's chat, so hey, but anyway. Andrew says his is better. Well, that's Andrew. Andrew is deluded. I don't care which Andrew Branca or Andrew Legal Mindset. I don't care which Andrew you're talking about. He's deluded. You just can't help it. You have to kind of deal with that. All right. Anyway, that's enough banter for the night. Send you on over to Broken Baker chat. Thank you so much. We'll see you here at 8 a.m. Eastern for the recap of day 23 afternoon and day 24 morning session of the Karen Reed trial. Thank you so much, everybody. I love each and every one of you. And just for you, I'm going to check I bought this blood alcohol breathalyzer thing on my vacation because I thought it would be funny. Let's check our BAC at the end of the day. Why not? Calculating. 0.052%. There we go. You can see it right there. It says 3 hours and 28 minutes until sober. I will be asleep. But we made it to 0.052. All right. There we go, guys. We're out of here. Take care. I'll see you tomorrow, which will be Thursday Korea time and Thursday morning US time. All right, guys. Bye. Take care. Peace out. Love you. Bye. Where's my outro music? There it is.